Things I think while I lie awake and contemplate tonight are wearing me out. Well, maybe tomorrow the world will wake and get it right, but I have my doubts, yeah. During the day, well, I design machines of war that scream through the sky. 'Cause I, for one, I like to go to bed free at night under these stars and stripes. And I have my doubts that we're coming out. Yes, I have my doubts, and I have my doubts that we'll make it back out. Yes, I have my doubts, but they'll wind you up and pull the cord until you're spun right out. And I don't understand. Roll the dice and raise the price to feed the machine's mouth. Call it the progress of man. And I have my doubts that we're coming out. Yes, I have my doubts, and I have my doubts that we'll make it back out. I have my doubts, so I'll drink my stuff and raise some hell and shoot my guns to the end of my time. You can have the booze and go to hell and take the guns, but I know they won't be mine. That we're coming out. Yes, I have my doubts, and I have my doubts that we'll make it back out. Yes, I have my doubts. So we're all messed up and out of touch. Let's text someone who's in the other room. So don't wonder why we don't say hi or know anyone. I might as well move to the moon. So maybe I'm wrong. Well, I hope that I'm wrong. So maybe I'm wrong. Well, I hope that I'm wrong. Well, the things I think while I lie awake and contemplate at night are wearing me out.
Good afternoon. Wow. Man, another day just feeling today's definitely worse than yesterday, so yeah, I'll get over it. This is usually about the sickest I get, so I just hate it because my thought isn't there. It's just it really messes with me. Anyway, I wanted to talk again a little bit about Virginia, and I wanted to talk about some other things. I'm trying to look at this whole big picture at one time, and I'm telling you, I have to admit, I'm a little bit tense right now. And I'll explain why, especially with the video, a Dabu 7 video that I just watched, not even maybe, even if it was an hour ago. I don't even think it was an hour ago. And it's like, okay, get ready. We'll talk about that. Let me run through the regular stuff real quick, and then we'll get to that. Interesting stuff coming out, interesting details, and I'm telling you, be ready. Let me run through the normal stuff. I'll explain a little more what I am referring to. So, Amazon associate or affiliate, we are at $20.33. So, thank you to those that participate. For those that don't know, we are an Amazon affiliate. There is a link in the description of the videos as well as at thewatchmannews.com at the top right. That just takes you to Amazon, just Amazon's homepage, but it does so with our link. So if you use that link to go to Amazon and you make a purchase, the item doesn't cost you anything more, but it throws a little bit our way. It gives us a commission for the sales. So one way to help us out, and pardon me, and it's much appreciated, you know. Let's see, we also have a Teespring store. That's best if you go to our website, thewatchmannews.com. Just scroll down on the homepage and you'll see the different designs. There's much more than just T-shirts or tote bags, coffee cups, you name it. There's all kinds of stuff. So I will be working on new designs. Like I've said before, it's not something I force, you know, because it's kind of like trying to force a fart. It may not work out so well. And so when it comes to doing art type of stuff, I have to let it come to me, or else it just doesn't, you know, it really just doesn't work right. But anyway, so there will be more stuff added, hopefully soon. Hopefully I get whatever it is that sparked that inspiration or whatever to help me come up with some really good stuff, some really good designs to put up on there. And lastly, we have a PayPal donation link. That's in the description of the videos as well as on the main menu at thewatchmannews.com. Just takes you to our PayPal donation page. You don't have to have a PayPal account. You can just use a credit or a debit card as a guest. But I always let people know, because I've been asked several times, it does say Transforming Disabilities up top. That is us. It will also say Purpose the Watchman News donation. That way you know you're in the right place. So, alrighty, very much appreciated. And Robin's donation was very much appreciated. So, thank you. Okay, so let's get on to this a little bit. I'm not an authority on this whole Virginia thing, okay? I'm going by what other people say. So, of course, that leaves me where it leaves me. But I watched a video today that a lady was saying something to the effect that the legislature or whatever in Virginia had already voted, something to that effect. I guess more or less like called an early vote on it or something. So that, as she was explaining it, if it was already voted on, then that would make this whole lobby day that's coming up on the 20th here pointless, because the decision's already made, it's already done, it's a done deal. So that's part of it. And again, I don't know 110% that is true, if they've already voted or not. I haven't looked into it. But the second part that I have to say about Virginia, I know for a fact is true, and that is that he's trying to get I forget the exact terminology, but a temporary state of emergency type thing, to where he can ban all weapons of all forms, you know, obviously including firearms, but from my understanding, all weapons of all forms, even if you've got a knife on your belt or whatever, from the State House grounds over this time period, right? You know, so I'm looking at that. I'm looking at again, social media is huge. Pay attention to social media. You can get an idea of people's mindset that way. But, of course, you have to factor in the bullshit factor and the whole other thing, the keyboard commando factor and all of that, and try to, discern out of that where people's mindsets really are. And I think we got a lot of bullshit talkers in this country. In fact, I think the majority are bullshit talkers. But I think we got some serious folks out there. I really do. And even more so, I think we've got some serious groups out there. That being said, the legislature in Virginia, they are feeling pressured, clearly feeling pressured. And one of the things that I had been concerned about is the possibility of some type of, and I hate to use the term, but some type of false flag event. So the thing of it is, hang on. Okay, and that's why I said I don't know what the whole story is. I haven't had a chance to look into it. All I heard was that there was a vote, is what I heard. And again, I have no, I didn't go and look up anything myself. I didn't go up and look at voting history for the state of Virginia or anything like that. Here's the thing. We don't purposely spread misinformation on this channel. We are so of a small group of people on YouTube or anywhere, you name it, that focuses on facts, focuses on truth. And that's why I'm very careful when I say things like that, and I always make sure I say that I have not personally looked into this, and I explain where I got it from, and I explain what I got from that source, whatever that source may be. I wished Facebook had a history like YouTube does. I would find that chick's video and play it. But anyway, I have no idea who she was. She looked familiar though, so nonetheless, it's really irrelevant whether or not they voted on it or anything like that. It's really irrelevant, to tell you the truth, with what I'm getting at. Our government is feeling squeezed, and it's not just Virginia. It's happening all over. The people of the United States are getting fed up. Everywhere they turn, they're getting new laws, new regulations, new this, new that. And it's happening at such a quick rate, you can't even keep up anymore. Every year now, at the beginning of the year, or right before the beginning of the year, local news channels, pardon me, are posting articles that talk about the hundreds of new laws that blah, 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 right? That's ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. And, the thing of it is, with what's going on in Virginia, with the people that are absolutely demanding the truth on things like Epstein, for instance. Okay, there's a lot of pressure on the government right now. And I think that there's a lot of, things that are coming to a head when it comes to corruption and stuff like that. And I don't think any of it has anything to do with Trump. It has to do with we the people. If something gets done in this country, if we move forward in this country, it's not going to be because of a politician. It's going to be because of we the people. And that being said, I've said it on this show, countless amounts of times. Not in the history of mankind has a government ever just said, you know what, we're wrong. we're a little too overbearing here. We need to back off. We need to right our wrongs. It's not happened ever, never, and it's not going to happen. We're not on the cusp of that. So, that being said, people that are in power will do anything that they have to do to remain in power. And Dabu 7 did a video today. And again, I have to say up front, I haven't had a chance to look into any of this. In fact, like I said, shortly before the show, I watched his video. And I'll be playing it after the monologue. I'll play his video so you know what I'm talking about. But from what I gathered out of his video, I believe it was the members of the government in Kansas, I think is what he said, and that they were all more or less whisked away for a meeting, a private meeting. No reporters and all of that. Nobody like that was allowed. And from what Dabu was saying, most of the representatives there in Kansas were really tight-lipped about it. Some others not quite so much. But just kind of from the gist of what I got from Dabu, it's being said that this has something to do with, I guess, maybe a planned cyber attack or something like that. Don't know. Again, don't know the validity of any of it. Not in the least. But what I can say is that something like that, a false flag like that, is definitely on par and in line with what is going on. Because there are so many areas, again, in this country that the government's getting squeezed because, they've been caught, they've been, they've pushed too far, whatever the case may be. It's time that they have to do something, right? Just like a lot of times before, and I hate to say the word war because they're not wars. Congress didn't declare war and all that. They're not wars. And, before we go invade into another country, a lot of times throughout history, they've had a false flag. No surprise that I believe that 9/11 was a false flag. We know that the Gulf of Tonkin was a false flag. So I think they're getting ready to unleash a kraken here in the United States because there's a few things, and I've talked about it many times. There's a few things, a few loose ends that they still need to sew up in order to have that complete control that they're trying to obtain. And one of those, of course, is to get rid of the firearms. That obviously that's the big one. But there's a lot of other little things too. And some of those include being able to strip any privacy rights away at all. Even though we really don't have the privacy now, right now all we have is an illusion of privacy. We really don't have that privacy when the government is concerned. But we have the illusion of it. And they have to get rid of that. Okay, they have to get rid of that because right now, if you were drug into a court and they had no reason to say pull up your browsing history or this or that or the other thing, if they had no reason to do that, if they had no reason for reasonable suspicion for a search like that you would get a warrant with, then that makes all that evidence null and void. Okay, that's the way that it's supposed to work. Well, they need to get rid of that because like right now there are so many people, I'm sure, that our U.S. government is chomping at the bit to pounce. But the individuals that they want to pounce are smart enough to know that if they got their evidence illegally, it can't be used against them in a court of law. So they need to change that. They want to change that. I'm telling you, this government, they hate the Constitution with a passion, because that document is nothing but a huge roadblock in their way of being able to just have total free reign. And that is one of the big things they need to do, is they need to strip away that illusion of privacy. That way, when somebody comes knocking on your door and wants to take you in because of something you said in a private message or in an email or something like that, you have no legal recourse. You can't say, well, how did you get that information without a warrant and blah, 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 blah. They need to strip that. And the reason I'm focusing so much on that illusion of privacy, especially when it comes to digital privacy, is because that also falls in line with a false flag cyber attack. So we're going to see a lot of this stuff. We're going to see a lot of this stuff when it comes to moving those last pieces into place that they need. The one thing I don't know for sure on Virginia is whether or not this was 100% intentional provocation, as in trying to get this country involved in some type of massive, and I mean massive, civil unrest, or if it's just Democrats doing Democrat things. Nobody really knows. No, well, some people do, but we don't. I've often said that they want us to make a move. And that's very much the case. They want us to make a move because they want to stomp down on us with everything they have. And at the same time, try to maintain that high road. It kind of puts us in a bad situation between a rock and a hard place, because if it's a nail, a hammer's the only thing that's gonna work, right? But at the same time, you have to make sure you don't hit your thumb with that hammer. So if I made any sense with that, we'll see. But I would most certainly encourage folks to get ready. I don't know if there's anything to the video that Dabu did. I have no idea. But things make sense. They line up. And, timing is everything. Timing is everything. We've got 5 days before the 20th. So we'll see. I don't, it's kind of like all these patriot prayer rallies and all this stuff that go on every time there's another one. There's, oh my God, it's going to be mass civil war and there's going to be blood in the streets and it's going to, oh my God, right? I hate to say this is just another one of those, even though I know it probably is just another one of those. I hate to say that, because one of these days it's not going to be just another one of those. And that day that it's not, we're going to be in some deep trouble, especially if we're not ready. So that whole desensitization thing is going to bite us. I know it will. So anyway, keep your eyes open on that stuff. Be very mindful. Because it only takes a second. It only takes a second. And there are so many little things that we could do throughout our daily lives that could put us in an extremely bad situation. And, that would be not necessary. For instance, if you had to take a trip 30 minutes away to go to a different store to get something because your local one didn't have it or something like that. Something you didn't normally do. You didn't normally travel that far, but you just figured, I'm going to go run and grab this. I'll be back. I'm not going to mess with making sure my bug out bag's in the car. Make sure that bag's in the car. Make sure that, you're doing what you can to eliminate as many issues that can pop up as possible, because I really do think that when an event happens, it's going to be that very beginning part of it that's going to be very crucial, and it's all subjective. It depends on the event. It depends on how widespread it is, what type of event, it's all subjective. But I'm telling you that, those first few minutes, especially if you're near the event or if the event is somehow affecting you, then those first few minutes are going to be crucial. Going to be absolutely crucial, and if you went to go swimming and didn't take your swim trunks, well, it's kind of the situation you're in. So make sure you're ready. Keep an eye on things, especially leading up to the 20th, and keep a close eye on internet things as well. I normally do on a regular basis, like Reddit was down, I guess, this morning for a while. I normally do keep an eye on internet things because I have a feeling that if there's going to be a major cyber attack, I have a feeling that we're going to have a couple of signs right before it happens. And I mean, as far as online, as far as our ability to perform common tasks online, like checking email or whatnot. I am not a networking expert by far, but I get the base idea of it. I understand to an extent on how they route things and all of that good stuff. And I see things happen all the time. They'll have one of their major servers go down, right? And you won't be able to access, several different websites because of this, and I'm calling it a server. I don't know what it's probably a switch or something like that, the actual name. And when they'll go down, there'll be like a whole slew of websites, or it might even be an entire country that you might not be able to access during the time that that's down. And I've seen that happen multiple times. It's pretty amazing that the internet works as flawlessly as it does, to be honest. It's pretty incredible. There's a lot of information that goes back and forth in a very short amount of time. So I keep an eye on those things. I do. I look for similarities whenever I see I'll call it an anomaly like that. Like, for instance, if let's just say I can't get to my website and I can't get to whatever website and that website, and I start looking for similarities. Like, okay, are they all based in the same country? Things like that, to try and get a little bit of a diagnosis of what could be wrong. And the reason why, not because I'm going to be calling up Yahoo and say, hey, look, I know the problem, let me fix the email, but because that could be what gives me the head start on things happening. So just keep an eye out, just little bitty things. I'm also a bit concerned about having actual terror attacks in our country. Actually being performed by terrorists that and largely from the fallout from not only Soleimani, but with this airliner going down. Because no matter how you slice it, chances, 99.9% chance that airliner would not have been shot down if the tensions weren't made high in that region. So it is what it is. So keep an eye out for that kind of stuff too. In fact, I would say that it's highly likely that if there is a major attack on our nation that is coordinated from individuals or groups or whatever from outside the U.S., let's say like ISIS, for instance, I have a feeling that it will be a coordinated attack, several locations, and each of the locations will be a relatively small attack. I don't think it's going to be something like wiping out an entire major metropolitan city. Okay? At the same time, I don't think it's going to be something like just car bombs at supermarkets. Okay? I do think that they're going to go after infrastructure. I really do. And with the right information, the right knowledge, the right equipment, it really would not be too hard to put this nation upside down. It really would not. And if you're curious about that, I would definitely redirect you again to Angry Americans books, Americans books, the Going Home series, Survivalist series, whichever one you want to call it, and Franklin Horton's books, the Locker 9 series, the Borrowed World series, because they play out a scenario just like that in those books. So that's an important thing to note, a very important thing to note, because I don't think it's going to be, I don't think it's going to be a matter of them trying to launch one huge attack to, say, take out a large city. I think it's going to be a ton of small attacks to wipe out the infrastructure, to literally knock our legs out from underneath of us. So keep an eye out for those things. I just got this hankering, and, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. So anyway, that's pretty much all I've got on that kind of stuff. Just like I said, I've been keeping an eye on different things and watching videos here and there. I watched a video from Ammon Bundy today, and he was talking about what we talked about yesterday, that young lady, that 13-year-old young lady, Kylie. And by the way, I do want to correct something, because there was 2 hashtags going around, and one of them is hang on, let me see. There's 2 hashtags going around. One of them, I'm scrolling down to the picture because I can't remember. One of them is Kylie's fight, and the other one I kept saying Freaky Lee. I don't know why I missed it. It's not Freaky Lee. It's Free Kylie. It's Free Kylie. So I wanted to correct myself on that. It's Free Kylie. So anyway, Ammon did a really good video. I'll make sure to play that here in a bit as well. Not a lot of more information on that. I want to say that she was moved again last night, if I'm not mistaken. I think they moved her again last night. So that's unbelievable. That is all unbelievable. But let me go ahead and read the headlines, and then we'll go from there. Oops. That's right. I didn't even get scrolled down all the way. Sorry about that. Let me get scrolled down. Had a headline about 5G, which actually proves what I've been saying the whole time. We mentioned that. Misery and death toll skyrocketing as snowstorms and landslides continue to batter Pakistan. Russia will further turn away from U.S. dollar as U.S. pursues aggressive sanctions policy, says Lavrov. Moscow calls for collective security like OSCE for Europe to be implemented in Persian Gulf region, says Lavrov. Malaysia Airlines stops taking deliveries of Boeing MAX 737 jets. G20 emerged because G7 fails to decide issues of any significance, says Lavrov. Oh, you're going to see a lot of Russian news in the headlines today. I'm telling you what, a lot of craziness going over there too. Tehran calls on Washington to apologize for previous crimes against Iran, claims regional crisis led to shoot down of airliner. And I have to agree with that. How could you not agree with that? If the tensions weren't high, I don't know. I still kind of suspect that somebody saw something a little bit different on their screen than what was really there. I don't know, but I've got a suspicion of that. It's happened way too many times. Anytime anymore that tensions are high in an area, and cruise missiles are being lobbed from time to time and all of that. all of a sudden we're having these airliners that are getting involved, and I really do think that there's some electronic spoofing going on there. I really do believe that. Let's see. You couldn't breathe it. It was so bad. Eyewitnesses describe horror of LA jet fuel dump which soaked school children. Let's see. And by the way, there was like, I don't know if it's in a different headline or not, but I want to say it said, what was it, over 60 or something? I don't know. We'll see. Let's see. Putin proposes major amendments to Russia's constitution, including about his own post, says people should vote on changes. So I thought that was interesting. I'm not familiar with the Russian constitution. I'm not familiar with what it was before, what the changes are. I find it very interesting, though. But yeah, he proposed some major changes, and then his government walks out. Anyway, we'll get to that. 5 nuclear-armed states must work together to neutralize threat of global war, says Putin. This is what I was referring to a while ago. U.S. government wants to invest $1 billion to end China's dominance in 5G. Okay? This is what I was saying. This whole thing has nothing to do with national security as it's being played. Nothing to do with it. It all has to do with trying to control that market. That's what it has to do with, trying to control that market. I'm pretty sure that our laws with national security aren't supposed to be used to fix markets, but, let's see. Putin suggests launching new investment cycle in Russia to achieve growth rates above global average. Why do you allow the United States to bully you? Iranian foreign minister to Europe over nuclear deal tensions. Let's see. Videos show airplane dumping jet fuel on Los Angeles schools, resulting in 60 injuries. So it was, 60. So a lot more than what was declared yesterday. Yesterday they were saying, I think it was 17 children and 9 adults. So that number that we're getting today is considerably higher. More powers, more responsibilities. Putin proposes granting parliament power to choose prime minister and form government. And then, Russian government resigns after President Putin's State of the Nation address proposes changes to the constitution. Apparently, they're not very happy about it. Outgoing Prime Minister Medvedev to become deputy head of Russia's Security Council. Constitution and citizens' rights to define the use of international law on Russian soil, says Putin. China's booming new Silk Road trade hits $1.34 trillion. Russia's socially significant websites should be accessible to everyone free of charge, says Putin. Pelosi announces impeachment managers before House votes to send articles to Senate for trial. Reddit down for users in parts of U.S. and Europe. Putin proposes Federal Tax Service head Miss Huston as next prime minister. A totally incomprehensible fake officer lied his way into Swedish military, intel, and NATO, hid forged credentials for a decade. Yeah, you can't make that up. You can't make that up. Active shooter reported at Tennessee National Guard Air Base campus on lockdown. When I read that earlier, it was pretty much a bunch of nothing. Let me see what has been added since. Let's see. The alarm was raised shortly after 11 a.m. on Wednesday when a local student reported seeing a suspicious person who appeared to be armed. Law enforcement conducted a sweep of the base. Let's see. No shots were reported. Yeah, it looks like it's pretty much the same thing. Yeah, no shots fired. Yeah, so pretty much a bunch of nothing, but I wanted to check back to see. The answer is no. Twitter users pleas for an edit button shot down by Jack Dorsey. Toxic chemicals stole 160 million IQ points from American kids, and it's costing the U.S. trillions of dollars, says a study. How's that for a headline? French forensic officers throw bloody overalls in front of Interior Ministry as strike continues. U.S. and China sign Phase 1 trade deal to ease global economic tensions. Let's see. 3 people detained after live mortar round found in car at Pearl Harbor base gates. I read that headline. I'm like, what? Okay, I got number 2 up there. Let me, let's see. Croatian fisherman discovers suspicious orange cube that belongs to the U.S. military. That's interesting. Let's see. And Apple trips over its privacy record in encryption battle over Pensacola shooter's iPhone. There you go. The headlines. Let me go ahead and get the monologue closed up, and we'll go from there. For those here for the live show, we'll be live until 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. Those just here for the monologue or those watching the recording later on, thank you very much. As always, God bless you, we love you, and be one with your spirit. Okay, and I'll have to dig back up the video from Ammon. I'll have to dig that up in just a moment. Let me go ahead and grab you something now, and then we'll go from there. I know there was a few videos that I was going to show you today that kind of aren't in the normal lineup. I'll have to dig back through and find them. Let's see. There we go. Okay, we'll start out with the prepared mind. He's got one here titled, Who Made Who, What, Where, and Why?
Good early morning. Hello everyone, welcome back to the Prepared Mind channel. That's right, we're off and at it again. Oh my gosh. Busy weekend for me. I have now, I think, officially hit the 50-year mark. And that means, it means I'm getting old. I mean, is 50 the big old mark? Is 50 the new 100? Or is 50 the new 30? Where you finally know enough that, you probably got a good handle on things. I don't know. I tell you what, though, for 50, I feel pretty damn good from what I thought 50 would be. For 50, I feel like I'm finally starting to know some stuff really well. It's interesting. And for 50, I really feel like I'm 18 still up here. Maybe not quite as sharp in some areas, but, feeling good about stuff. Anyways, I'm not feeling so good about what's going on in the world. Shit hitting the fan and all. So let's talk about it a little bit. I've got 2 stories and about 1 million fucking questions that I want to get through with you guys. Okay? And again, I'm going to offer my opinion and kind of talk about this, but this, what is going on to me, is outrageous. It's an indication of where we're at in the world right now. Okay, to start, let me read the headline. U.S. expels Saudi servicemen over extremist ties and pedophilia in wake of Pensacola shooting. Now, there's a bunch of expelled students, right? And it says, while the expelled students aren't accused of aiding the 21-year-old Saudi Air Force second lieutenant Muhammad Saeed al-Shamrani, right, who murdered 3 American sailors and injured 12 after watching mass shooting videos the night before with 3 friends who filmed the attack the next day. Oh, yeah, so he went and killed people, Americans, servicemen, and injured 12 others while his buddies filmed it. Okay? His buddies filmed it. So, let me just scroll down and read what this guy wrote. Oh, American people, this is his last tweet. I'm not against you for just being American. I don't hate you because your freedoms. I hate you because every day you supporting, funding, and committing crimes not only against Muslims, but also humanity. I hate you Americans because you support funding and committing crimes. So he's indicting all Americans for the decisions made by the few. Okay? This is a type of mentality that's developed where, oh, you hear something about Americans, so you want to kill them all, or you hear something about some bad people who are Jewish, so all Jews must be bad, or you hear something about any group, and therefore they're all bad and you have to hate them all. Right? This is the same type of low IQ mentality that we see from people in America and people around the world. This generalization, this lumping people together and just attacking them. Now, let me have a taste of my own, if you will. If you're not American, you don't belong in our country. If you're not American, you don't get constitutional rights. You see, what we need to do, I think, this is just my opinion, I'm going to throw it out there. In America, we need to consolidate America and become American again. Not some ridiculous America first attitude, but we need to remember, relearn, readdress, we need to vulcanize, we need to forge America and an American belief system. Because the way this guy is talking, this dead guy now, I think he's dead. Anyways, a stupid terrorist, is, right, he's going to hate everybody. Here he is in America getting training on a U.S. naval base, right? And he's an officer, which means educated or upper class or some shit like that. Some belief that, he's better than some other class of people. Yeah, and it doesn't matter. The mentality pervades. And the same is true of Americans. This isn't an attack on Saudis or Middle Easterners or Arabs or Muslims or anything. This is the mentality. Is when you think, when you think a certain way, you can just act out on it and start hurting everybody. Look at who else wants to do that. Right? Hillary Clinton, you're a bunch of deplorables. Right? Some high-level Democrat Party leaders want extermination and re-education camps. They're out here, and they want to do that. Now, see, they accuse, this is where I really get upset, is the Democrats accuse us Americans of wanting to kill them and killing other people, but who actually commits these mass atrocities? Wackos. Not everyday people. Who does this jackass accuse of funding, right? Or of causing all of these deaths? Let's see. Committing crimes against Muslims and also humanity. They're accusing all of us as if we want that. For funding it. What do you mean, being held at gunpoint and taxed? That means we're complicit in it because we're not overthrowing the government? All right, there we go. I mean, this is where I'm going with this. Okay, this is the mentality of this Saudi guy. So now I want to go over to another event that occurred over the weekend. The event didn't occur, but the admission did. Right, in Iran, there was an airliner that was shot down. And now the the Iranian government military has accepted responsibility and said they did it. Well, the people are rioting, upset already, and they're just adding this to it. And their quote is, "You killed our geniuses." Regime crackdown intensifies as Iranians flood the streets in third day of protest. Number one, the Iranian government killed geniuses of the people. How do we know? Because these geniuses are, there's a lot of students apparently on that plane that were leaving, that were going back to college. Okay. I think we've demonstrated and proven that being a second lieutenant, an officer, or being a student doesn't make you a fucking genius. If there's one thing we can demonstrate, it's that they are not. They're going to college. That doesn't make them geniuses. And if it does, what does that make me and you? Right? Actual someone who can think as well as be indoctrinated with information that you're not allowed to question. Right? Good God. Anyways, but these are the people they can consider, these protesters, they're geniuses. How do we know what side these geniuses were going to land on with their supreme educations? Meaning, part of this rhetoric coming out about you killed our geniuses, Iran, is we, the Americans, are supposed to now support the protesters in Iran. Why? Why? Why should we support them? Why should I support anyone in Iran? Okay. Well, but those were their geniuses. They're young. They're college students. Okay, really? It's really coming down to this ridiculous notion that we have to support one side or the other. In Iraq, we went in to liberate the Iraqis and get rid of Saddam Hussein. Who hates us now? The Iraqis that took over. The new Iraqi regime. Iraqi wacky regime. In Iran, if we get rid of the Ayatollah Khomeini and the radical Ayatollah theocracy system, what makes you think that whatever gets replaced there is going to be any nicer to us, Americans, or think any more highly of us, the Americans? You see, it doesn't matter. These people are going to hate us anyways. Why are we continuing to educate them? The Saudi Arabians are our allies, yet their fucking officers decide they're going to kill us. Because why? Because they aren't that bright, because they have belief systems. Once again, the rest of the world needs to go away and get out of our country. We don't need to let in more Middle Easterners. We don't need to let in any more Africans. We don't need to let in any more Mexicans, Central or South Americans. We need to fix our country. Now, President Trump, Congress, the media, the world is warning Iran, don't kill your own people. Oh, really? We're supposed to get behind our government and other governments now and say, hey, Ayatollah, stop killing your people? Because we can all agree the Ayatollah is an asshole, right? Right, yeah. If I was going to put money on the table, I'd put it on the asshole bet, because that's what that guy is. Still, what are other countries? They're a bunch of greedy assholes. Right? I don't, Bashar al-Assad, is he all that bad? Or is he just less bad than the assholes that they would replace him with? Same with Putin, same with Xi, same with any country. Any country. Right? So why do we need to train people from other countries and ours if they're just going to hate us for it? You can't win. We can't win. And for our country or any other, but since we're Americans, let's talk about us. For our country to tell another country, don't kill your people, is the epitome of intellectual vagrancy and hubris. Because what has our country told us? Me and you and every other American. We're coming door to door to get your guns, which means take away your rights. We're going to send the police to do it. We're going to send the National Guard to do it. We've got the nukes. We'll do it. Our government is telling us it will kill us. It will take our rights. It will shoot us, arrest us, or nuke us. And it's no longer just rhetoric. It is action that is going to happen, and it's starting in Virginia. This is why I say we need to fix America, and we need to know what America is before we can run around in other parts of the world and fix their countries and assist their countries and judge their countries. If you think the Ayatollah Khomeini is going to step down, you're probably wrong. If you think he's going to bow to the pressure of the world, if you think he's going to let the Iranian people flood the military compounds, flood their resort / headquarters / government buildings / palaces, you're wrong. They will kill them. Remember Tiananmen Square? Right. You don't stand up and criticize your country and think you're going to get away with it. Ultimately, they're going to slaughter you. And America is no better. Not today, not 50, 60, 70 years ago, and not 150 years ago. Cases in point. Today, I just pointed out how they're going to send the cops after us, send the military after us, and use nukes on us. And how they want to put us in concentration, re-education, and extermination camps. Until Trump gets all of these people out of government, he doesn't get to tell any other government or us what to do and think. Right? You can't be a hypocrite. In other words, not the way I think. Back at World War II, you're going to take second, third generation Japanese and put them in internment camps because we're at war with another country? Because of belief they weren't going to be loyal? While today we bring in people from other countries who are demonstrating they're not loyal. And not only giving them jobs and allowing them to stay here, but training them on how to kill better. How does that make any sense? But we learned from World War II and through the Supreme Court, which was acting and ruling on policy, not law, but policy, because of the war powers that are given to the government. We learn, we have an understanding, right, that you can be locked up by the government, that you have no choice in the matter, that they have the authority to do it, which just means they have the guns to do it. Then you go back to the Civil War, where one part of the country, the North, which was in control of the military, decided it was going to violate government, constitutional law, as well as God's law, and start killing people because they wanted our stuff in the South. Now, the reason I said us and we as if I was part of it is because I would be part of a mental or a political perspective that says we are free. So when I see someone saying you're not free, we're taking your stuff, I am on the side of freedom that says no, we are free, you don't get to take our stuff. This is an act of war, and it truly was a war. That's how far governments will go. That's how far the United States government will go. We don't need to get into the Whiskey Rebellion and all other cases where the government has just gone apeshit and hurt people. So I've got massive problems here with the entire world. And this is why we need to be preppers, by the way. Because we don't know how this is going to shake out. We don't know how far down this is going to go. We do not know what these people truly are willing to do until they do it. But I can tell you, I know how they are around the world. I know what their mentality is, and it's certainly not American. And I'm certainly not going to sympathize with anyone in any other country beyond the concept or idea that it's really a shame that that's how people behave on both sides. It's a terrible shame that in America we're going to have shit hitting the fan and people are going to be killing each other on the streets. Why? Because one side wants to tell the other side what to think, what you can own, where you can be, how you can talk. what you have to believe politically. You see, that's our country's been divided, just like Iran is divided between the ruling class and then the people. Just like Iraq is having problems also. They're being influenced by outside sources. So is America. We've got non-governmental organizations who have the ability, the right in America, to politically come in here and bribe or pay people to protest, to bribe or pay politicians to hear their words. And the politician, well, they're just acting how they want and in their own best interest. I mean, they're saying they're acting in the interest of their constituents, but because someone just donated a bunch of money to them or has promised them a job that pays a lot more money later, they're just going to do what that person wants. You see, that's why money needs to come out of politics. That's a whole nother argument, though. But we don't have an America anymore. We do not have a United States of America. We don't have a United People of America. And the policies, the entire fucking racket is so big and complex now. We need to be this and that and huge and industrial and globalized, and we need to train other people's fighters, and then we need to get in everyone else's business. And the idea that, well, you can't just isolate yourself from the rest of the world. Well, I understand that. You can't or shouldn't. But to whatever degree you can, it needs to be done because America needs to become America again. Over the weekend, Fourth Dimension did a thing, and he was talking about, bringing America back together. Is it possible? How do you do it? I don't see it as possible, but I see it as necessary. We have literally in our country communists. Communists. They don't want America. They don't want the Constitution. That, to me, in one sense, makes them an enemy of the Constitution and everyone who wants law and order. Because the communists want chaos to start, and then they consolidate communist power, then they kill everyone they don't like, which means I'm a dead man. As far as communism's concerned, I'm a dead man. Dead. D-E-D. Dead. Right? Me, my city, everyone and everything I know, dead. You killed our geniuses. I don't think so. Right? I don't think the Iranian Ayatollah killed geniuses. I think they killed people. And I think the Iranians are going to be killed by their own government. And I don't think the rest of the world has any right or any room intellectually to stand up and say, don't do that. Because look what other governments do, including the United States government. They tax their people. That is, they force them to pay money in order to not have government agents steal your house, your car, harass you, arrest you, jail you. That's what governments do. If you don't do what they want, that is what they will do to you. Let's go through that again. They will harass you, tax you, take your car, your house, your job, your life. They will take all of your stuff and they will imprison you or kill you. That's how they control us. And all governments do those things. See, these Iranians, they're not, a lot of them, they're just protesting. They're not committing some jailable offense. But once they do, guess what? The government will go after them. And governments, including the United States government, considers the act of taking up arms against the government, that they consider treason. Now, you can totally screw over an election, right, Democrats? Right, FBI? Right, CIA? In America, 2016, you can try and steal an election. And then you can harass, you can drag your feet, you can lie, cheat, and steal against the Trump administration. And that's not treason. That's helping the country. Right? Remember when the CIA guy sitting in an audience, again, publicly in front of the world, says, thank God for the deep state, because it's as if it's doing God's work in America. That's not treason. according to them. But if you or I were to get say a group of 20 people with guns and go and stand at Congress and say no more, they would shoot us. We would be guilty of treason. We'd be lucky to get out of there alive. And so I'm not saying do that. In fact, I'm saying don't do that. I am saying this is where we're at in the world. There is a level of stupidity and ignorance. There is a level of arrogance on the part of governments that they believe that the United States can criticize Iran while they're prescribing the same thing and worse. That don't you dare kill your own people, while our country has politicians threatening us, the American people who have a real constitution. We still have a Second Amendment, and they're threatening us. Meanwhile, we're supposed to feel sorry for other countries and the good people within them, even though the good people of Saudi Arabia want to come here and blow us up and kill us. Let me say this again. Let me reread it, all right? Reread this. I hate you because every day you're supporting, funding, and committing crimes against Muslims and also humanity. I am not. Any money that comes from me is taken at gunpoint. Literally. It's just 2 steps away. Tax season is coming. Right? April 15th, got to pay your federal taxes. I know it's coming. If I don't pay, I know there's going to be letters, and then there's going to be people with guns coming. So I pay it. Not because I want to fund the killing of Muslims and other crimes against humanity. I pay it so I don't get killed. I am a loyal American who wants a legitimate government that protects people's rights and protects our country from other countries. Right? I don't want to fund wars. I don't want to fund the killing of other people. My thinking is I'm above that, right? I know that you can't help these Middle Eastern people. It's been demonstrated throughout history and in my own lifetime. The Iraqis are a great example of it. We freed them from Saddam Hussein. Okay, now what? Now they want to kill us, right? Because we keep fighting them, and it's a ridiculous cycle of abuse of power and abuse of everything else that governments do. So I'm going to quote Ronald Reagan, right? Government is not the answer to our problems. Government is the problem. It's a great quote from President Reagan, President of the United States. Not Radical John, right? I just listen to what other people say, and I see if I can find grains of truth and kernels of intelligence in it. And I don't live by their quotes, and I don't die by their quotes. I just try to live freely and live by the golden rule. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Now, from time to time, everyone around the world does unto others as has been done unto them. Right? You attack me, I'm going to fight back. Right? As a form of self-defense. Whether it's a legitimate argument or some other, arena. Professionally, for example, is what I'm talking about, right? In business, you've got to compete to win. But you don't need to violate the law and steal from people and screw them over. You do a good job by doing a good job. Anyways, I don't want to digress too much. We have a lot of things going on. Right? We're supposed to feel sorry for the Iranians while they want to kill us. Our own allies out of the Middle East want to kill us. Our own allies in Europe, by the way, want to kill us. They want to talk shit. Right? They want to see America fall. But they don't want to go broke. They don't want to lose all their wealth in the process. So, the whole thing is asinine. This is why I say you can't, right? A house divided can't stand. A policy divided within a nation can't stand. You can't say, let's let in these people and they'll make the world a better place while they prove that the world is not going to be a better place. This is why I don't want Mexicans coming in. I don't want Central Americans coming in. I don't want South Americans coming in. I don't want Africans coming into our country. I don't want more Middle Easterners or Asians, anybody, or Europeans for that matter, coming into our country as migrants because they don't know how to be American. They're not willing to learn to be American. They're not willing to change into America. And as Americans, we don't even know what our fucking country is anymore. I think I know what I think it should be because I've read history in the Constitution and I've observed things for 50 years now. First few don't really count. I was really busy eating cookies, Nabisco wafers. But, I caught on pretty quick, noticing the abuse of adults and parents, doing their thing. Anyways, look at our country. It's not American. We need to become Americans again. We need to agree on what being American is. We need to prove that it works as we have in the past. We need to become profitable. We need to become moral. We need to eradicate thinking that is anti-American. And I'm not suggesting the use of force, even though I know it will come to that. What I'm suggesting is that people need to think. Right? Just because you're free doesn't mean you get to overthrow the government or take it over. But that is what the communists have done. That is what the fascists have done. And they're the ones battling for power in Washington, D.C. They're the ones battling for power in your state house and in many cities, big and small. It's coming down to this crazy power struggle, folks. And what I see is the economy, that which is required to keep all systems going. It's coming down. It's going down. And when it goes down, you have all of these powerful institutions in place. Institutions of government, institutions of military, corporate institutions, right? Like Coca-Cola. I mean, how do you stop Coca-Cola? It's a faceless, nameless, but powerful financial institution called a corporation that has money, but we can't hold it accountable. Just like JP Morgan commits crimes, but it's a bank. But no one goes to jail. They just pay a fine so they can commit crimes all they want. And they just pay fines. And they're not even penal. The fines are less than what they've stolen. So where's the incentive to stop? Right? The government's incentive is to get more power. And that's why they're taking more power from us, the people, and why they're reaching out around the world and taking power. And then in other countries, right? Saudi Arabia, it's its own country. It sends its people here to take information from us and then use that power and that belief they have to fight us and their enemies, right? For some reason, the purpose behind governments has been lost. And that is to protect nations and protect people. And now it's become something quite different. Right? That's why we're in continual wars. That's why you and I need to have food, water, shelter, clothing, medicine, and a means of self-defense, because these people have demonstrated they don't care about the people. They don't care about their nations. They just care about power. And from the smallest minds, like this idiot second lieutenant, and I don't know anybody that's ever said anything nice about any second lieutenant. Right? They're like a private. That's the lowest rank you can have. And they're supposed to be smart, right? This is where our officers come from. Right? This guy, well, no, I'm going to kill everyone because, they're evil. This is how, and this is a government agent. A military officer is a government agent. They want to kill. They want to use their power. They want to take their belief system and use it on others. What is it do I want? I want people to leave each other alone and observe everyone else's right to exist. Person to person, state to state, nation to state, nation to the rest of the world's nations. But what I want isn't happening. It's not likely going to happen forever. Certainly in my lifetime. The next 50 years. I consider this stage 2 of my life. Right? I grew up, I had a family and kids, and now it's time, I guess, for me to live my life. Right? But What's going to happen? Where does this go? I'm going to expect to see Iran killing its own people, the protesters. Here in the United States, starting in Virginia, it appears, I'm going to witness the abuse of power by the government. Now, will the rest of the world condemn the United States? Will the federal government condemn Virginia when they start killing Americans? Will Americans on the street in Virginia, will we call to the rest of the world, come and save us from our own abusive government? I think Americans are going to say, we'll handle this ourselves. And it's going to get ugly, really fucking ugly. I think that's what they're going to end up doing. No one's going to come save us. The world, in fact, will probably laugh and cheer. But it's going to be the same story all around the world as governments try to get more power and become more abusive, as the economies crumble, as morals fail, right? As far as I'm concerned, this is, some would call it divine retribution. Others would call it the laws of nature and God's laws, right? Coming to their conclusion. When power is abused, right? When the laws of the universe are not observed, when they're broken with hubris and impunity, right? There is a consequence later. You can't print all this money they're printing and not have an economic consequence. You can't violate people's rights and not have a consequence, right? You can't violate the laws of nature. And the way we interact and the way things work, there are laws and they cannot be violated. Right? You can say, well, a helicopter flies, John, and that's against the laws of nature. No, there's other little laws like, down thrust from the helicopter blades. Well, that supersedes the laws of nature. But there's another law. They're going to run out of fuel at some point, and they better land it before they crash. So what goes up must come down is the rule. Right? What goes up must come down. Right? Get prepared, folks. To me, I just see this around the world and in our own country. It is coming apart. And everyone else thinks they have a right to tell everyone else what to do. And they're all a bunch of hypocrites. And they're liars. You shouldn't do that. We would never do that, right? As if the United States government would never kill its own people. They already have. It's called the Civil War. Or World War II, right? What they did to Americans. How they performed medical experiments and killed people in the South. The federal government. Look up Tuskegee experiments. Right? It's a sham. Everything is a sham. It's a rich man's sham. I love doing these videos in the morning. They just set me off for the whole day. You guys be cool. I hope you enjoyed the Dave Kranzler interviews. I'm also going to be recontacting other speakers, other people with ideas to talk about what's going on. And it just keeps coming back every time. It keeps coming back. Chance favors the prepared mind, and you better have food, water, shelter, clothing, medicine, and a means of self-defense. Nobody wants to see shit hits the fan. It's just going to happen. Nobody wants war in the Middle East, but it's happening. Nobody wants the economy to crash, but it's happening. It's like a train wreck. It's like the Hindenburg, right? It's coming down. It's coming down. Now it's on flames, and it's still not down yet. We're on fire. We just haven't crashed all the way yet, like the Hindenburg. I know you were expecting a Titanic reference, and I'm not going to give it to you, darn it. I'll see you guys next video. Chance favors the prepared mind is yours. Godspeed, God bless, Semper Fi, always faithful.
Alrighty, let's see. A couple of videos here. One from We Are Changed. Let's go ahead and do this one. It's titled President Putin Forever, ? CNN and Native American tried to take... I can't read the whole thing. Hang on here. Try to take down Bernie Sanders. So here you go.
Welcome back, beautiful and amazing human beings, and holy cow, there is a lot to get into, specifically surrounding news about Vladimir Putin, Poot, the military-industrial complex, MailChimp, Stefan Molyneux, censorship, Stephen King being censored, and of course some Bernie bros versus some like Native American chick or so. We're gonna get into all of it, plus a lot more, on an independent media organization that is sponsored by you, and you buying our hats, our bags, our shirts and mugs and whatever phone cases. We got phone cases. Come on, how can you deny having such an awesome phone case like this? Which at the same time sponsors an independent media organization going against pretty much all odds against the establishment, which we're severely getting screwed over for and hurt for and censored and demonetized and downranked in the algorithm. But that's a whole nother story in itself. Let's just jump right into all the news happening right now. And one of the first headlines today that I believe is worth talking about is, of course, the story, I would say more like the cover-up of the decade, and that is new information surrounding international trafficker of thousands of children for celebrities, politicians, technocrats, Jeffrey Epstein. Well, we are getting information that he was trafficking underage children in many horrible ways, all the way up to 2018. A year, by the way, which he was supposed to still be on probation, still supposed to be reporting to the NYPD, and magically, the NYPD just, didn't care to follow up on his mandatory visits that he was supposed to be making while other people were, penalized, thrown in jail for it. He got an easy pass on that. Also, while ABC News had an entire expose on Jeffrey Epstein that, of course, was shut down from the very top, that would have exposed him as a monster and saved many children from abuse. And, of course, all this information is coming out from new lawsuits by the Virgin Islands Attorney General. Came out and described how Jeffrey Epstein was abusing girls as young as 11 years old. As recently as, again, 2018. Another interesting tidbit that we also found out, according to this Attorney General, is that also Epstein kept a computerized database to track the availability and movements of his victims. Now, this is absolutely new, devastating information that, once again, implicates local law enforcement, federal authorities, judges, prosecutors, politicians that essentially didn't do their job. Also, let me remind you, a large swamp of the mainstream media that actually promoted Jeffrey Epstein and stayed silent when they had more than enough evidence to go after him and to expose him. Here, as an independent media organization, years before the media, mainstream media, started really talking about Jeffrey Epstein, we were talking about Jeffrey Epstein. We were not afraid, but of course we're crazy conspiracy theorists that YouTube needs to downrank in the algorithm because, we need to promote the mainstream media monsters that promoted Jeffrey Epstein. Now, this new information is daunting, and we still should be reminded that one of the people that is being accused of being in charge of this entire operation and even having more power than Jeffrey Epstein, Ghislaine Maxwell, is still on the run, and her whereabouts are still unknown, while the investigation that's taking place isn't addressing any of these legitimate concerns. It is not treating it very seriously, in my opinion. But again, this is a story that hasn't ended yet, that we will be following very closely. And because the mainstream media is trash and they aided and abetted international child trafficking operations, this is why I was pleased to see hashtag CNN is garbage trending on Twitter all the way last night and even this morning as what people are calling very biased treatment against Bernie Sanders. And it's important to point out here, Bernie Sanders is being attacked by openly other news pundits, some of them on CNN. He's being attacked by Stephen Colbert, now a soulless individual that just puppeteers establishment lines. And surprisingly, he's also being attacked by Elizabeth Warren, whose ad shows up on an article regarding this situation. And many people are making the case that CNN was very biased against Bernie Sanders, especially after the presidential debate that just happened moments ago. And after watching this clip of last night's debate, there's absolutely no denying that they were very biased. I mean, just look at this question. Look at this question right now.
Senator Sanders, I do want to be clear here. You're saying that you never told Senator Warren that a woman could not win the election.
That is correct.
Senator Warren, what did you think when Senator Sanders told you a woman could not win the election?
I disagreed.
Are you kidding me? Now again, this absolute absurd... This is what they call journalism. Is happening because of a contrived beef that's happening between Miss Native American, but there's white privilege everywhere, Elizabeth Warren, who is saying, and in my opinion, making up the claims that Bernie Sanders is sexist and that he doesn't believe that a woman could be president, even though there's clips from like decades ago of Bernie Sanders saying that a woman could be president. So again, I don't believe these contrived attacks against Bernie Sanders that the establishment is having field they with, because they deserved to be called out. Now, I just wanted to know that I am not a fan of Bernie Sanders, like, at all. I don't believe that you need more cancer to deal with a cancer diagnosis, or aka, I don't believe we need more government to deal with the problems that government has created. But that is my opinion, and we have different perspectives and different points of view. But it is important to point out that Bernie Sanders has been essentially screwed over during the last presidential election, when the nomination was definitely finagled by the DNC, by Debbie Wasserman Schultz, that was fired in disgrace of what she did to Bernie Sanders, then rehired by, of course, Hillary Clinton right afterwards. And now it looks like there's another kind of political hit piece against Bernie Sanders by the establishment and Elizabeth Warren. She even refused to shake Bernie Sanders' hand last night after the debate. And I'm sorry, but essentially, I'm not a fan of both of these politicians, but a lot of this looks contrived by Elizabeth Warren, who is making a major move. Because right now, respectively, when you look at the Democratic ticket, you have kind of three frontrunners: Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, and Joe Biden. Now, Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders are very similar. So if one of them is out of the picture, the other one surely will have an advantage over Joe Biden. But since there's two of them and they have the same amount of ideological supporters, this is why this is a major significant move, which could be contrived by the establishment, could be contrived by Joe Biden, or could be contrived by a major move to move ahead of Joe Biden. Which one do you think is the more prevalent one that is happening here? Let me know in the comments section below of this video. But surely this is just showing you how disgusting, low down, and dirty and backstabbing politicians could be when they promise you everything under the sun, so you give up your power and authority to them, which I refuse to do so. And again, even if you disagree with someone, if someone is being treated unfairly, it is needed to be called out, regardless of your political beliefs. Now, in the similar realm of power and authority with politics, we of course have the latest news coming from Russia of a possible strong move by Vladimir Putin that could potentially reform his government, that could see him at the seat of power for a lot longer than expected. There's been some major shuffling around the cabinet. It is important to note here that Vladimir Putin predominantly does have a lot of support of his people, but many critics are calling this latest move a very big power grab that will affirm him as a leader of Russia for the unforeseeable future, which again, wouldn't surprise me with the popular support that he has. And also, it's a very similar move that we have recently seen being made in China. Already, Vladimir Putin has ruled Russia for a very long time, and this move shouldn't be surprising to many. Now, very interestingly, just as this information is coming out, Vladimir Putin is also warning the possibility of a global war, as he just addressed his nation, specifically talking about how the 5 nuclear-armed countries must work together to neutralize and to stop the threat of a global war, which Vladimir Putin believes we are on the precipice of, and the possibility of this happening is likely. And again, looking at the geopolitical situation, he's not wrong at that. Since again, I mean, forget about just even current events. Look at history, look at humanity, look at civilizations. When we look at what happened before, it is riddled with war, and it would be naive to think that this moment of peace would still continue to be relevant, since again, it's questionable if it's even peace. But it's important to understand here that history is plagued with war. It's uncommon to have peace. This is why we should be always on our feet to trying to avoid any potential big conflicts that may or may not arise. All of this is also happening as Iran, specifically Iranian government officials, are charging Russia with selling their air defense secrets to Israel. This has been released by WikiLeaks in 2012, specifically detailing how Russia gave Israel Iranian codes to their air defense that was sold to them by Russia to Iran, which has some people theorizing could be behind the latest civilian airplane shot down in Tehran. Again, a lot of speculation here. Not a lot has been validated yet, but this is an ongoing situation that we are keeping a close eye on. In similar news, Iran is also planning to take U.S. President Donald Trump to The Hague, accusing him of war crimes during their assassination of their very popular general. Other information is coming out accusing the Iranian government of arresting people who published video footage and photos of the missile that shot down the civilian Boeing plane. And again, as all of this is happening, one thing is pretty clear. The situation's unstable. The situation is especially unpredictable with the Shiite proxy forces. It's a situation that's an utter mess that, of course, we are still not in the clear of, that we're going to be following very closely also on this independent media organization. Very interestingly, last night at the Democratic presidential debates, we've heard a lot of tough talking points from the candidates, some of them even promising to bring the troops home. And where did I hear that from? Where did I hear that? Oh, yeah! We hear that every 4 freaking years. I'm sorry for getting loud here and getting emotional here. But, I mean, all it takes, and now it's even harder to do this, but all it takes is just remembering. Every 4 years, we have politicians saying, I'll bring the troops home. I'll do the right thing. I'll make sure troops are with their families and not in harm's way. I remember this with Bush. I remember this specifically with Obama. I remember this with Donald Trump. And now the Democrats are trying to say they're going to do the same thing again. Sorry, but I'm not believing you. I'm extremely skeptical, which we should all be of, especially Joe Biden with his hands in the cookie jar of Iraq and that massacre that happened there that created ISIS, you know. Also just being the vice president of Barack Obama, that expanded the deposition matrix, the assassination program, the spying program, and expanded American foreign policy to over 7 wars, as he didn't even blink an eye during any of it. So again, I don't believe any of these people. Now to economic news, where some people are saying that we finally have some good news with a landmark trade truce between China and the United States, which was supposed to be attended by the Chinese president, who sent his underling, whoever this man is, to sign the deal instead of the Chinese president, which to doesn't look that good. Now, of course, depending on where you are politically, you will see this as a great accomplishment. You will see this as a total failure if, of course, you don't agree with Donald Trump. And again, the truth is somewhere in the middle. Some intellectual property is protected here. People are saying that this deal allegedly benefits everyone. But with the Thucydides trap looming, and the tensions, especially with Taiwan, especially with the South Asian Sea, especially with Korea, especially with Iran rising, one thing is sure, once again, a lot of this is not that stable and very unpredictable from here, which could be one of the reasons why cryptocurrencies have been seeing a resurgence recently, especially with Bitcoin SV, a fork of Bitcoin Cash, which is a fork of the original Bitcoin, which rose almost 300% in one evening, with the total gain of estimated about 100%, as one of the key proponents behind Bitcoin SV, Craig Wright, claims that he has the key to prove that he created Bitcoin. Of course, this helped create a rally, which some people are crying out as a scam, but just like everything else, the cryptocurrency space is just an absolute wild west with, you can't predict anything there. And we will see where this story goes from here, but again, you could lose all your money, or you could make a ton of money, all on this Wild West ride that is cryptocurrency. Also, in other news today, Stephen King is canceled for doing the horrible crime of voicing his opinion that, quote, this is the controversial thing that he's being canceled for and attacked for all over social media. It is because he said people should judge art on its quality, not its diversity, which left people absolutely foaming at the mouth, going crazy at an individual that, of course, was celebrated by those same crazy lunatics beforehand, which some people are calling very backwards and ignorant, which is, a little confusing there because, if something's good, it's good quality. If something's bad, it's bad quality. And we should be able to speak freely and honestly and like good things. Just because something is diverse doesn't make it good. There's diverse things that are absolute crap, and people are too afraid, too pathetic, too little weak-minded ninnies to even tell you it is, because it has the diversity, and it's ridiculous. This whole conversation is stupid, it's idiotic, it's a sign of the declining IQ, destruction of gut health, mental instability, propaganda, divide and conquer scheme that is being pushed on us by the destruction of our diet, of our health, and holy cannoli, the usurping, sucking of our soul by the Satanist elites. So yeah. I'm sorry. That's it for the news today. I hope you guys enjoyed that. If you did, share this. I'm serious. Share this right now. Go scroll a bit down. Share. Who can I send this to? Send this to any person that you haven't sent this to before, because we are getting shadow banned more than ever. Our viewership is going dramatically down. We work our butts off. A video every day for you. The least thing you can do is make sure it survives with either, purchasing some merchandise. Again, the link will be in the description below, or just sharing this video. Either or means the world to me. And because you individuals do that, this is why I love you guys. Thank you again so much for watching. Stay tuned for more here on wearechange.org.
Alrighty, and I do have an update on Kylie here. Okay, we get switched over. This is from Kelly. Well, I'm reading it from the Bundy News and Freedom Watchers Facebook page, but it's the post was made by Kelly Stewart. And it says this: breaking news and call to action regarding the Kylie Dixon medical kidnap case. OHSU did in fact operate on 13-year-old Kylie yesterday in a grueling 15-hour surgery, which would explain why she went, quote-unquote, missing. The judge ordered that her mom would be present, and yet DHS didn't even notify her it was happening yesterday. Can you even imagine what Christine, her mother, is going through? She has not heard from her daughter in days and has no idea her current condition or if she's even stable. This will likely end in a full liver transplant if what's left of her liver fails. They just had to get their research hands on that tumor by cutting up this little girl instead of letting her shrink it with alternative treatments. Shame on OHSU and Oregon's DHS. DHS told Christine to come to a meeting with them right now where there would be armed security. She was to bring no witnesses and no recording devices, and she would be searched to make sure she has no cameras on her. Christine is in that meeting right now by herself, as if this is a ransom situation and she's meeting in secret with the kidnappers. This is so insane. Christine will be going live after the meeting to update us on Kylie's condition and how we can help her get to her, how we can help get her home to her mom and sister. Please respond to her call to action by sending a quick email to the White House. This kind of goes on about what's going on. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go to their Facebook page, Kylie's Fight, if you're wondering. I'm going to go to their Facebook page, and she had said that she was going to be live soon, okay? That was at a minimum, 2 hours ago from the time of this post. So, still nothing. So I won't be completely shocked if we don't hear from Christine today. I won't be completely shocked if we don't find out that she's been charged with something like child neglect or something like that and arrested. It would not completely shock me. So I think that's probably the biggest reason why they didn't want any witnesses. They didn't want any recording equipment. They didn't want anything like that around, because that's the way our government works. They want to get away with whatever they want to do whenever they want to do it, and that's just how they work. But anyway, we're gonna listen to Christine. I haven't heard this yet. This is Christine herself. She had put this up a couple of hours ago. I'm assuming that this is pre-meeting. So, and I'm assuming that she's probably going to be talking about the meeting here. We'll see.
Towards the front.
You want to wrap around right here?
Okay.
Hopefully that works this time. Come on. I don't think... Oh, Ashley. Yes. Sweet. All right, there. Throw up some hearts, y'all. That's okay, cool. I can see them now. All right, real quick. I would park anywhere here, or we can go up front and let them park. Okay, well, I am going to only be on here for a quick second, as I only have about 30 seconds. So.
You want to valet it, is what you're saying? So you can go.
I don't care.
Yeah, go ahead.
No.
You want me to go with you?
Yeah.
Okay. We can valet.
At least to walk inside.
Yeah. Okay. Can I park here for valet?
Yeah, are you gonna keep my purse?
Yeah, I'll keep your purse.
Okay. So, real quick, you guys, to give you an update, just in case of anything, as we are in the motion to We Trust No One.
Valet.
We are getting ready to, well, I don't even know how to say this anymore besides point blank. I got a really long email this morning from Marty with DHS, finally responding back to where Kylie is. And we found out that she is exactly where we were told she is by our insider, and that she is here at Dornbecker OHSU, and they had the audacity to do surgery on her. So,
Yes, ma'am.
lots of prayers, and I will give you guys a very long update as soon as I get done here.
Give me to pull up out of the way.
Surgery has taken place yesterday. She was in surgery all day. They have not yet given me an update. Don't know how she's doing. Don't know if my daughter is alive. I have not seen any video, any phone call, nothing. All I get is an email in writing, and what they say I don't care because I don't trust.
Okay.
So until I see her with my own eyes, I don't know what to tell you guys. Trying to hold it together right now for my daughter and my other daughter that's with me, and just lots of prayers, and I will get back with you guys after I get out of this horrific nightmare of a place.
Sleep minute.
Share this with everyone. There is a call to action today, you guys. Ashley and Kelly, I did get your message right before I pulled up here. Please, Ashley, work with Kelly. Kelly, instant message. Ashley, in regards to the call to action, you guys put it out there. And that call to action, you guys, is huge. So if you guys can help in any way, and we're talking any way, shape, and form, do the call to action today. Everybody that's just now logging on, they did surgery yesterday. She was in there until late last night. I don't know what condition she's in. All I know is I'm here, and they've given me a very strict protocol, kind of like, you know, something you normally see in a ransom letter. No witnesses, no phone, no nothing. So say a prayer for me, as again, I don't trust these people as far as I can throw them, and I'm here because I'm here for my daughter, in her well-being, in her safety, and the fact that I know she wanted me there by her side before this all took place. So all right, love you guys, take care. I've done it twice. Thank you, Jody. Please do, you guys, get that in there. So I will touch base with you guys as soon as I can. Take care and have a good day until I touch base in about an hour or two. All right, bye-bye.
Okay, and I will be keeping an eye out for her to go live. I will try to catch it while she is live. But we're going to go ahead and go to Ammon now. We're going to go to Ammon's video that he had done yesterday, and last night he had done a video. And we're going to go ahead and go to it now, as I promised earlier. So
I know it's late, and I also know that I did a video yesterday, so I do apologize. However, I feel compelled to be able to, or to talk to you about this little girl, Kylie, in Oregon, who is needing, I think, more than help. Anyhow, I have spoken with BJ several times. He's been an advocate for her. He's been trying to speak out, BJ Soper. And anyway, I felt that I needed to throw my voice in the ring and also explain a few things. And pray that you'll take them for what they're worth, and that you will seek for understanding of what you should do in this matter, because it is, when you think of all the things that are important to us, I think of the Bundy Ranch and the land and the cattle and resources that we were standing up for in 2014. I think of the Hammond family and their ranch, and think of what's happening in Virginia with the guns, and actually many other places. But there's nothing more important, nothing more sacred than our little children. And bringing them into this earth and taking care of them and protecting them and teaching them and guiding them and directing them. There's nothing really more sacred than that. And there's a situation where a mother who dearly loves her daughter, because of an illness, took her daughter into the hospital, found out that she had cancer. The daughter had cancer. And the doctors recommend to start her on a chemotherapy. Of course, the mother, was wanting the best for her daughter and working with the doctors. And so they start a chemotherapy plan. And she goes through this for several months and goes through several sessions, and it literally appears that it is killing her. Not just the loss of hair and the many things that others experience in chemotherapy, but actually it appeared to the mother and even many other medical professionals that the chemotherapy was having a very adverse reaction, or she was having a very adverse reaction to the chemotherapy, to the point where it gets to I think the last session of chemo, and the daughter's in the hospital, and she flatlines. She actually dies, and they revive her back. And then they're wanting to give her this last, or I think is the last dose of chemo. And the mother, after contemplating and seeing and, so concerned for her daughter, feels that it is not the right thing to give her this last dose, that it would for sure kill her. And she disagrees with the doctor. And at some point, it was so bad that they actually tried to get the mother and the daughter, I don't know exactly how that works, but get them to sign a death of dignity signature to some point, basically that consenting to that she was going to die. And I don't know much about that document or what that is, but I know that was introduced to the mother and the daughter during this terrible time. And so the mother decides that she is not going to allow her daughter to go through this chemotherapy because it literally is killing her, and actually has almost done that. And so she, with some resistance, leaves the hospital. I know that there was something that went on there where the doctor tried to, kind of force himself on her and all of that and this. But anyway, she ends up leaving, and the mother and the daughter. And the mother begins to seek for other treatments, and she found some natural remedies. She also found some different things that others were doing, both modern medicine and some naturopathic medicines. And ultimately, from what I understand, in I think around a 5 or 6 month period, the tumor that was on her lungs, that was the cancer she had, another hospital basically did a CAT scan or whatever, and they found that the tumor had decreased by 80%. I've heard both 80 and 90%, but it was significant decrease. So it was down to about 10% from, I believe it decreased by 80% is what I think the number was. So it was working, and the daughter was feeling good. She hadn't felt that good in a long time, and she was feeling very healthy. They have medical proof that the tumor was decreasing. And then the doctor from the first hospital that they felt like was actually killing her, chemo, calls and basically says now that she's feeling better, she needs to come back in for the final chemotherapy session. And the mother is like, absolutely not. Absolutely not. We will not be doing that. She's doing well. She's, her cancer tumor is shrinking. And we have other doctors, professionals that are helping us, and things are going well. We are not coming back in for the final chemotherapy. And so that doctor, and I'm going to give you his name if I apologize. Oh, there it is. I had to get my wife's phone here because I'm using mine. And his name is, it's kind of an interesting name, but Jaffrey Mubeen. And it's Jafrimubeen. And he was the one who called and says, we need to get her and do this last session of chemo. The mother says, absolutely not. And so he calls CPS, or I think over there it's called DHS, but I don't know what the acronym means, but basically calls the State Child Protection Services. And this Child Protection Services, and he, I don't know what he said to them or whatever, but the Child Protection Service contacts Kaylee's mother and basically says, that anyway, they go through a process, and ultimately the CPS in Oregon takes the mother's medical rights away, right? Medical rights away. And they do this basically because they say it and they take it away. And so now the mother cannot make any medical decisions according to, legally, I guess. However that works. We need to talk about that, but that's what happened. And it started from this Dr. Mubeen, Mubeen. And now the CPS involved, and the CPS agent is, his name is Marty, the MC, capital MAHON. He's involved. He's the one that basically pushed to have the medical rights taken away. And so then they basically say the mother doesn't have any medical rights, which I don't know how you could separate medical rights from any other parental rights, but that's what happened. And so then they force the daughter to go back into chemotherapy. Well, at some point, the daughter is so begins to get sick again, and she ends up feeling like this is going to kill her. And she runs away. Now, she's 13 now, so I don't know if this was, but she ends up running away because she does not want to have to go through this chemotherapy again. And she was feeling so much better before, and they know that she really, doesn't take much to make the logical conclusion. Well, the mother doesn't know where she's at, so the mother is extremely worried about her. She hunts her down. I don't really know the story of where she was at, but she ends up finding her, and the daughter begs the mother not to take her back, to not make her go through chemotherapy. And the mother promises, and they end up leaving the state, and they go to Nevada. And remember, they're still this, but they're treating it through other methods, and they also were in communication with the hospitals in Nevada. So anyway, what happened, they left the state. Well, the CPS then calls the FBI, and the FBI comes down to Nevada and arrests the mother and takes the daughter away from them. And that was almost 9 months ago. And from that moment on, the daughter, and then they charged with kidnapping. And from that time on, the mother and the daughter have not been together. They're only allowed to visit under supervised, scheduled by the CPS. and they have to have somebody there monitoring their conversation. And that's been their life. Meanwhile, the daughter is being forced into these treatments. And there's a lot of details, but that's pretty much the gist of it. So then we get to the point where, the mother, she's basically, she had a business, she was successful, but she had to give that up, and all of these things, and basically has give up her entire life, because of this, which her daughter is worth that, right? But then she finds out that either the day before or the day after, right around Thanksgiving, that the family, that the CPS agent, this Marty McMahon, has placed this daughter, Kylie, in. The mother found out that this family, or a member of this family, had sexually molested this daughter, her daughter. Anyway, so now she, now put that on top of everything. And you have, and so they took her out of that home and put her with another home. And then CPS, this Marty McMahon, tried to kind of cover it up and marginalize it and say they're going to look into it and all of that, right? But it doesn't matter. It was still done. And so then you progress to the point where now today, okay, they've been now saying that they were going to go in and have surgery and remove the tumor. There's been multiple doctors in other hospitals that actually refused to go remove the tumor because that surgery, they have a 35% chance of living. So the risk is really high. And the doctors say that she doesn't need it because the tumor at one point was decreasing. But this same doctor, this Dr. Jaffrey Mubeen, Mubeen, it's Jaffrey A. Mubeen. He works at OHSU Healthcare. He is, basically insisting that they have this surgery. Well, and remember, now her mother doesn't know where she's at. Her mother doesn't have any parental, they've taken her parental rights away, medical rights, all of that. And so this morning, yesterday, the mother gets a phone call from one of Kylie's friends, or her mother or something to that effect. And evidently Kylie had called her friend, which she was allowed to do, but she wasn't allowed to call her mother. She was allowed to call a friend, and she said that she was in the hospital. This was yesterday, and that the next day, which is today, they were going to have surgery on her. And that friend let the mother know. And so the mother is beside herself. She is absolutely almost cannot live right now because she's in such sorrow and such concern for her daughter. And so today, evidently, if the evidence is true, if the reports are true, Kylie went through surgery. Her mother went to the hospital and begged them to let them see her daughter. They would not even tell her if she was in the hospital or not. They would not let her in or do anything. So today she sits at home, the mother, with her little 13-year-old daughter in the hospital, just had surgery, and she doesn't even know whether she's alive or not, because it was a less than 50% chance that she would live. And this is the circumstance that we find ourselves in. Now, my friends, I don't know if this moves you or not. I really don't know. But yesterday, I know that there were several people that talked to state legislatures and tried to get them to stand up for Kylie. And then most of them, almost all of them, said that there was nothing they could do, that they had no power. And one of them said, well, I will see what I can do. I'll talk to him. And she did look into it. And she came back to the mother and the others that were trying to help. And she said, I have no power. They will not listen to me at all. They do not care that I am concerned. Nothing. Now I want you to please understand that this is a state representative that the people voted in to represent them in their government, in the people's government. And you have a government institution, this DHS, this CPS, right? And they are totally operating on their own and will not even listen to the people's representative. They don't even care. In fact, they will just mock them. And I've seen it many times before. Agencies, these government institutions are completely gone rogue. They are not accountable to the people at all. In fact, they are completely adverse to the people. And if you think that this can't happen to you, this is happening all over. I mean, all over. Go talk to Ben McClintock out of Utah. This is very similar to what he went through and is going through. The issue is a man and a woman conceives a child. That child is born through the great miracle in which God has performed or gave us. The child's spirit goes into that body, and now it is the duty and the right of those parents to raise that child until that child can, and to make the decisions and to protect that child until that child can make those decisions on their own. And we have a government institution coming in and saying that is their right or their power to be able to strip that right from them. When the child is being loved, taken care of, but the parent makes a different decision than the doctor. So who truly has the right to make decisions for our children? Is it us as the parents? And if not, what slippery slope are we going down? Now, anyway, I mean, I could really go into it more. But I did this video really for one reason, to inform you, right? But I also did it not to just talk. Because I am warning these people. I am warning Dr. Jaffrey Mubin. I warn you that if anything comes of this, if she lost her life or loses her life, you will be accountable. I will gather the people that I need to gather, and I will hold you accountable. If she is deformed because of this, if she has any major effects, long-term effects because of this surgery, if she is disabled, or if she loses her life, or if she loses her life to cancer even 5 years down the road, I will hold you personally accountable. You. And I will also come for Marty McMahon, the CPS agent or DHS agent. You will be held accountable. You will be held accountable because you took the rights that don't belong to you away from a loving parent. You have no right to do that. No power from a state can authorize you to take a daughter or a son away from a loving parent. And I will hold you accountable to it. And the judge involved, I don't even know if I can say her last name, but it is Karbeikah. So Karabeka, you also have allowed this to happen. And if anything happens to that little girl, if she loses her life over this, or if she has any major long-term effects from this, negative effects, or if she is disabled, I will come for you. I will gather the people I need to gather. I will gather legislatures. I will gather militia. I will gather mothers and fathers. And we will come and we will hold you accountable. Because you answer to us and you have no right, no authority to be taking this little girl away from her mother. So because you did that and you said now the mother has no rights, now the responsibility lies on you. And you better protect that little girl. You had better protect that little girl. Or we will hold you accountable. We will do it. I'm a man of my word. And I know many, many other people that are men of their word. And women that love their children. That understand the purpose of government. And knows without a doubt that what you are doing to this little girl and this mother is not the purpose of government. And you have never been given authority to do this. Never. So you better protect that little girl. And you better get her home to her mother as soon as possible. Because if something goes afoul, if this little girl loses her life, or if she is maimed, or if she is disabled because of what you have done, you, my friends, well, maybe my friends, but maybe my enemies too, you will be held accountable. I will say your names one more time. Dr. Jaffrey Mubin. I might pronounce it wrong. Agent Marty McMahon. And Judge Karabeka. You better take special care of this little girl. And you better get her home to her mother as soon as possible. Because this is something that cannot and must not go unchecked.
Alrighty, I can just say it instead of typing it here. That is Ammon Bundy. He is the son of Cliven Bundy. Cliven Bundy is the gentleman that owns Bundy Ranch. So that is his son Ammon. And I'll tell you what, there are few people that I have met that I look up to as much as I do Ammon, and of course Lavoy Finicum, who is no longer with us. It's so rare to find individuals like they are. It is very rare to find individuals like that. But that is like I said, that is Ammon Bundy, and he's the one that you hear him speak more than any of the others. When it comes to the Bundy boys, he's really the only one I ever hear speak too much. But yeah, I mean, he's got his head on his shoulders. He understands the Constitution. He understands how this country is supposed to function, and he's a great guy. I mean, just absolutely incredible man. So that is that. Let me. Let's see. I'm looking to see. I'm going to see if Christine has gone live. So I was outside for a bit, talking with the neighbors. So let me look on her page. I'm waiting for it to load now. and I'll see if she's gone live. I think she has done that, Steve. I think she has really gone out and give as many details as possible and has said exactly what it is that she had her on and the whole 9 yards. I do believe that she has done that. Okay, so no video yet, no update video yet from Christine. I'll just keep an eye on it, and we'll see what happens. Again, I'm not going to hold my breath on seeing a video from Christine tonight. I'm not going to do it because I know how they work. And to me, with the demands that they had for her appearance, to me it didn't sound like she was going to be leaving. So that's kind of how they like to operate. So anyway. Let me go ahead and grab you guys another video. And we'll go from there. So I've got like 5 million windows open. I'm doing like 10 million things. Let's see. Okay, yeah, this was a good one that needs to be seen. I got to get video switched over to before I forget. Okay, this is Survival Dispatch with Get Home Bag and Bug Out Bag mind maps.
Hi, this is Nick Meacher with Survival Dispatch Insider, and today we're going to take a look at get home bags and bug out bags in the context of a mind map.
Oops, no, I did not play that Dabu video. Let me do that first. Let me do that before we get deep into this. I forgot about that. My apologies. Let me grab that video and let's go from there. Okay. So this is Dabu 7, and the title of the video is, I got to get to it where I can see it all. Suspicious series of events, Kansas lawmakers taken on buses to secret security briefing.
This is Dabu 7. A big heads up here for some crucial information in terms of cybersecurity. I have had an individual reaching out to me that doesn't want to be named, but wants to get this info out there, and rightfully so, to make sure that people know that certain businesses and places have been preparing for a potential cyber attack, so to speak, on financial sectors, is how they put it, and the repercussions from it. And the way that the stage is set right now, they've got all fingers pointing at the boogeyman. And hearing this, coupled with the story I'm going to share with you here now, that DHS just went into Kansas, snatched up lawmakers, split them into Democrat and Republicans, put them on buses, told all the staffers and journalists, you're not allowed to come, whisked them away to a private location where they were being told who knows what at this point, because as they came out, they were trying to say, oh, you know, it was nothing, this and that. But some of them said something different. Some of them said specifically that it had to do with cybersecurity and something coming up. They scrubbed the very story that I have that I'm going to leave in the description box, and they've changed it. And you can even look at the timestamp, and you can see where they updated it. The time that they did this on the 15th versus when it was put out on the 14th. They changed it, and they took that specific piece of cybersecurity out. That is highly suspect given all the information that's been coming my way, and that they have this huge secret thing that the lawmakers are saying it had to do with business and agriculture threats. Of course, they want to keep this thing under wraps, and they don't want to say anything else about it. But the fact that with my own eyes, I witnessed this article talking about cybersecurity, they've scrubbed it from even being mentioned. Out of sight, out of mind. And I have individuals reaching out telling me specifically stuff about the cybersecurity. It all is very weird to me. And I want to make sure that you all know that this is what's going on. So make of it what you will. You can read this story now, top to bottom. I'm going to leave a link in the description, but you're going to miss the whole cybersecurity part because they took it out. And it was there. Somebody dig up a Wayback Machine or find up the original and you're going to see what I'm telling you. Anyhow, I'm going to leave these links and I'm going to update on this as I hear more, but I'm telling you, something's in the air here. And the way that they pull these things off, man, all we can do is try to keep this information out there for as many people as possible. And make sure to follow me on D Live. It's where I'm dropping a lot of this info, crucial info. We can talk about it censorship free. The gloves come off. The algorithm isn't picking apart our whole conversation. We make the front page. We get the word out there. And we get it done without having to worry about someone putting a lid on us. So a lot of vital information flowing on a lot of streams exclusively on D Live. It's not just to promote the platform. That's to tell you the truth. It's where it's going down. It's where we're talking truth constantly, multiple times a week. And if you want to join us in the flesh to talk about this stuff and meet a lot of really good people in the process, join us for Knowledge Conference 2020. Email me for tickets, dabu7@yahoo.com. It's time.
Alrighty. So real quick, I'm gonna bring you over to here. Now this is the article, and let me get the direct link to the article now. And this is the article that he's talking about, and that it was updated and blah blah blah. Okay. So, and it does absolutely say that they were, well, it says they were briefed on business and agricultural threats, but it is saying that, that they were taken to a classified meeting and blah, 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 right? So, but even that should be concerning, okay? Agriculture threats, could that mean food shortage? So, but let's do just what he was wanting to do. Let's go to the Wayback Machine. And I can't remember the exact address to it anymore. You would think I'd be able to remember it. It's so easy. Archive.org. So let's see what the Wayback Machine... Oh, snap. It's not even there. Not even there. Let me take out that... right there, and then hit enter. Yeah, not even there, so I can't. But what I can do, how long is this article? Yeah, I don't know. No way for me to bring that up, because that's the only website I know of to be able to do that with. If you see anything, and this is just a tip, okay? If you ever see anything like that, if you see something that you think could be very crucial, I would definitely go to the Wayback Machine. Just go to archive.org, put the address in. Let's back up here. Okay, just put the address of the web page, the article, whatever, in there. Okay. And then just click Browse History. Now, it may pop this up and say, the Wayback Machine doesn't have that page archived, okay? But if you look right here, it'll give you the option to save this URL in the Wayback Machine. So that's what you want to do. Save it in the Wayback Machine, okay? So then, from there... Whenever you go back and you do it again, we'll see if it'll do it, if it's in there yet. It's not in there yet, but that's what it'll do. It will archive that for you, okay? So please do that. If you ever run into something that is crucial, it's important, especially a news article, go to the Wayback Machine, make sure that that article is saved. Because what will happen is once you do that initial save, once you do that, we'll call it a ping, okay? Once you do that initial ping on that page, then what it will do is every so often, their script will go through and will update that. So, there's a ton of pages that you can check out. I didn't even think about this stuff. Even go way back to when I had the gaming website. Remember I told you guys I had a gaming website years ago? What year is this? 2008? 2008. Okay. I have Adobe Flash Player blocked. How dare I? Hang on a second. Site settings. Flash. Let's allow it for now. We'll see what comes up. I don't know what to come up, or if anything will, because this was when I was using a Flash page, so it may not come up. Let's go to a different time period. But this thing is kind of cool. That's why I'm showing this to you. What the heck? Okay. Whatever. Okay, so let's go to 2016. Oh, okay, yeah, give me just a second. I'll grab you that link. Just curious if I can bring up my old website. Yeah, it's odd that it's not coming up. Because normally it does. Normally it will come up. I wonder if maybe they're missing some of their database or something like that, which is possible. So, very possible. But yeah, it will go through as you see, and it will automatically take snapshots of those web pages every so often. Yeah, I have no idea why this is coming up Chinese. I didn't have anything like that on my website. That is so weird. That is so weird. But anyway, nonetheless, you can do the same with the Watchman News. You can do, I didn't even think, Steve, we were talking, when we last talked, you were asking about what was it that, the sayings that I had at the top of the website. I didn't even think you can go here, right? So this is a live shot right now of, no, it's not live. It's back from the 26th. But you can actually go to the captures here, and let's go. Let's go there. And what it should do is take us back. This should be before the new website. And it should take us back to that website and be able to show you what was on the website then. This is an important tool to have. Archive.org. And for whatever reason, it's not going to be loading. It's not loading that one. So this one it is. But to me, this is so cool to have this available. And that's why I say, get in there and if you see something that could be, one of those things that could be extremely important, something that could possibly disappear, something, get in there and make sure to archive that. Okay, I guess that saying was it's probably not going to let me see it all, but I think it was remember that we cannot fix what we refuse to acknowledge, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to copy that so I can kind of poke it in up here. Yeah, remember that we cannot fix what we refuse to acknowledge. Let's see. Do the original. You do the original. Start out, just save the original, and then it will update it from there. It will actually, anything after that initial link is saved, they will go from there and make changes and whatnot. But as you can see, this is the, it breaks some things on the website, some things don't work right, but it is what it is. You can at least get the content off of the site, which, for the most part, which is important. So, for that link, let me grab this link and give it to you, Steve. There you go. And let me go ahead and send you back to Survival Dispatch. Again, the video is titled Get Home Bag and Bug Out Bag Mind Maps.
Which is a process that I use for mapping out things. And this is a fairly large and complex mind map, but I'll try and break it down for you. So we're going to start looking at, I'll zoom in here for you, get home bags. Now this can be anything from getting home to your work, stuck somewhere, your basic stuff. This does go into a fair amount of detail, and so it's really, you don't need everything that's on here, but it's to give you some ideas of what to think about and having something in most of these categories. So we'll start at the top here, looking at navigation. Let me zoom in a little bit better for you. Oops, here we go, navigation. So we look at navigation, maps. We've talked before.
Oop, hang on. Christine is live right now. Hang on, let me try to get her up real quick. I'll get video switched. Bear with me.
Condition. She's in ICU. And we just need a lot of prayers and a lot of support right now for Kylie, number one. That God just protects her completely, and I'm hanging in there the best that I can right now. I just got done doing a news report, and they asked me the same thing, and it hasn't really hit yet. It hit me when I had to go. That was really hard. She needed some washcloth, and so her foster mom stepped out to get her that, and she's not really responsive. She goes in and out a lot, which I remember that being a thing. Right now, this is where this part scares me, is going through the procedure she went through. After the first one she first ever had, that was a small liver surgery, and the recovery was really freaking scary. And a couple days later, she had issues with her lungs, and they were closing in, and her lungs started to fail. So while I was up there, I was actually, the 1 second I stepped aside to use the bathroom, her heart monitor machine started going off, and I started yelling for Jasmine to look at the machines and what's going on. And so I was trying to get out there and step back out, still going off. So I had the foster mom get the nurse. She came in and went and got the doctor. She was struggling breathing, and they took her off the tube oxygen or whatever already, which I think is way too soon. And I asked them, I said, why doesn't she at least have the nasal one, you know? And so she came in and immediately started doing oxygen mask on her and getting her to take some deep breaths and stuff. And so that's good. Struggling with breathing. She says it's really painful. She really wanted. That was really hard. A lot of prayers for all of us right now. Jasmine is just answering your guys' questions as I see them. Jasmine's hanging in there. She took off sooner than I did. It's hard. It's hard. She struggles with this really bad. I think it's a lot of deja vu. So for her and I both at this point, it's happening, but it's not. It's more like a bad dream. You know, we were talking about it up there, and it's one of those things that it kind of takes a second to wrap your brain around. And I didn't tell her about it until later this morning. I woke her up and I said, listen, we gotta go to the hospital. And so she just, she woke up in a panic, and I don't think she expected the same thing, neither one of us expected to hear that they did surgery yesterday. So the fact that they did that and broke a court order, and Fox 12, when we were just talking about it, she's like, what the heck happened? She's like, why didn't you get that phone call? I mean, she goes, I was there in the hearing. I heard them say that it was court ordered for you to get to be there by her side, if they were gonna even dare move forward with this damn surgery. And they completely ghosted me and wouldn't respond in the emails and text messages, calls, nothing. I got nothing. It took me yelling at the top of the lungs last night to you guys to get an email to let me know that Kylie got out of surgery late last night. So all I can do is keep on trucking along the best that I can right now, and give this fight that continuous just the continuous battle that it needs. So I'm gonna get ready to hop off here and get in front of News Channel 2, Coin 6, and News Channel 8. I told them I'll do one more, but they got to do a press release together at this point because I'm done. This took absolutely everything out of me. But just pray for her, you guys, seriously. I'm really Worried about.
Now we'll see if the feed comes back. Sometimes it does with Facebook, sometimes it doesn't.
Getting out of the woods to recovery, and it's called liver failure. So, am I still froze? Anyways, I know the service up here isn't that great and it's pouring rain. But I don't know, you guys said it froze. Is it still froze? No? Good now, okay. But the hard part is what I was telling Channel 12 is it's the 6 months of recovery after this type of liver surgery. That's what scares me. That's what scared me all along, because Kylie was doing amazing on what we had her on. The tumor was shrinking. She was feeling great and healthy. And here we are, she's swollen up again. That shocked me. I wasn't ready to see that. Her swelling is so bad from head to toe. And that kind of swelling was normally after chemotherapy. So I don't understand. Maybe some of you guys out there that are medical, please help me understand why the hell she is so blown up right now. Is that normal after a liver surgery? That scares me. Her blood circulation, she has none in her legs and in her feet. Her feet are completely white. And they're cold. It's so cold, like ice cold. There's no circulation there. No blood. There's no blood circulating. I don't get it. Maybe some of you guys can help me understand some of this, but I'll get back on a live after I get some of this news people, reporters out. We're gonna step out and do all news channels here in Oregon are here, so they're pretty blown away. A lot of these reporters have been following since the beginning. I've been building some close relationships with some of them, and one in particular is just heartbroken and cannot believe what's even taken place. So a lot of people are in misbelief, and I am myself, along with my family. It's nuts. And then the other thing, when I get on here tonight, if some of you guys do know medical people, I don't care to know their information, personal information. I just have some questions. So I want to hop on here later tonight. There's more that I want to understand and be able to research and just make sure that Kylie's getting absolutely everything that she needs medically. I'm really worried about her. So just keep her in prayers, you guys. I'll hop back on here tonight with Jasmine as well, and I'll let her choose if she even wants to say anything, but she's pretty broken. So she's devastated, and it was really hard for her to see Kylie like that all over again. So anyhow, keep us in prayers. I'm gonna jump off here so that way I can do these reports, and I will be back in touch with you guys tonight. I will hop back on here because I do have some urgent questions for you guys, and just want to touch base on a couple more things that I haven't been able to talk to you about. Alright, you guys, God bless. Thank you for the love and support. I see all you guys watching out there right now. It's such a huge blessing. Seriously, please, poor circulation is heart related. Thank you. Thank you. I need to talk. See, I knew I should have said a couple things. So, Beth, try to get back on here tonight. There's something is just, that gut, and I don't like to freaking have it because mine is so on point. So please, those of you that know some stuff, just please be on here so I can put some stuff out there that's really scaring the crap out of me, from the lungs to the heart to the liver. God bless you guys. Love you guys. Thank you so much for being here right now and supporting. And I'll hop back on here before 7 this evening, so that way it'll still be even early enough on the East Coast time. All right. God bless you guys. Take care, and I'll talk to you soon.
Okay, and sorry for interrupting Survival Dispatch twice, but I wanted to get that information out as quickly as possible. I'm going to go ahead and just start this from fresh. Again, for the third time, this is Survival Dispatch. It's titled "Get Home Bag and Bug Out Bag Mind Maps."
Hi, this is Nick Meacher with Survival Dispatch Insider, and today we're going to take a look at get home bags and bug out bags in the context of a mind map, which is a process that I use for mapping out things. And this is a fairly large and complex mind map, but I'll try and break it down for you. So we're going to start looking at, I'll zoom in here for you, get home bags. Now this can be anything from getting home to your work, stuck somewhere, your basic stuff. This does go into a fair amount of detail, and so it's really, you don't need everything that's on here, but it's to give you some ideas of what to think about and having something in most of these categories. So we'll start at the top here, looking at navigation. Let me zoom in a little bit better for you. Oops, here we go, navigation. So we look at navigation. Maps. We've talked before about having paper maps and not reliant on electronic versions. Ranger beads. Ranger beads are pace count beads, so you know how far you've gone. This is something you need to work at beforehand to figure out what your pace is, how many steps, and you just move the bead down and every so many steps, and it gives you a count of where you're going. It gives you an idea of distance. Something you need to work at because your pace can vary and you have to work it out and figure out and average it. A compass, a good compass, is important, especially if you don't have GPS or GPS is not reliant, and it helps you keep going in a straight line. The tendency is if you don't have GPS or a compass, you'll actually walk in a circle because usually most people, their pace is such that one stride is longer than the other. Especially if you're walking with kids or different groups of people, that's important to be able to keep on a straight line. GPS, we've talked before about different GPS devices, good and bad, different. The important thing with the GPS navigation device is to update it regularly. Get in the habit of at least every month, plug it into your app, let it update, let it get all the downloaded maps. The one I use will also download satellite imagery, so I can switch between regular road map, land navigation map, or satellite image. Takes a bit of data, but it's cool to have. Cache locations. We've talked about caches before, having a stash of stuff, where they are, somehow marking that on a map. Using ultraviolet pens is a way to do that, because unless somebody knows what you've done, you can mark a map up and it's invisible to the naked eye. You just use a UV flashlight to light that up. Personal locator beacons, we've talked about that before, because not every situation is a SHTF situation. You could just be stuck somewhere. And there are lots of places in America or other places that you can be totally lost without cell phone service and have a need for assistance, especially in the winter months. So having a personal locator beacon might be something you want to do. Looking at shelter and bedding. So different things you can use for that. Paracords, having a whoopee or a similar garment. A mountain serape is a whoopee on steroids. Basically poncho and grommets you can have. Thermal tarps, they make a much better than the mylar blankets you see, the flimsy ones. It's actually a tarp that has a mylar lining which is a lot stronger. Or a hammock depending on the environment. Clothing, have suitable clothing. Hiking boots, wool blend socks, not cotton socks. Maybe you need base layers to help with the wicking or in the wintertime. a hat, some kind, wool hat, wicking shirts, gloves to protect your hands. It's amazing how easy it is to mess up your hands and cut them on something and not even realize you've done it. So wearing gloves, protect your hands. Maybe hiking and walking poles will help you with your bag and moving around. Water and hydration you need to consider. Do you need to filter it? If you have a little hand pump filter, you might want to use cheesecloth over the end. It protects the filter from the bigger chunks and your filter will last longer. You could use improvised stuff such as coffee filters, or you can get filters such as like the Survival Straw, the Sayer Mini. Each have their own advantages and disadvantages. Something to carry the water in. Water bladder, the little backpacks they make or the inserts they make for backpacks. In the wintertime, you want a single-walled metal bottle. That way you can put it by a fire, heat up any frozen snow or that you have. Water purification tablets, something like along the lines of that. For food, what do you have? Food bars like lifeboat rations, those things last forever, but they're like cardboard. Freeze-dried dehydrated food, great, lightweight, but you need to heat water up to be able to use them. Do you have a fork and spoon? May sound simple, but I know people that have packed dehydrated food but don't have anything to eat it with. Kind of hard to eat heated up food with your fingers. Dried meat, that's always a good option. Protein bars. Something to cook with. It can be the little folding stove that use the troxathane tablets. Could be one of the camping stoves like the Whisper Light multi-fuel stoves. Propane bottles, or even the Solo stove, which is a stove that will actually burn pretty much anything that's combustible. And something to cook in. Titanium pots, obviously lightweight. First aid and medical, a lot of stuff with that. Basically, you need a personal first aid kit, individual first aid kit, immediate first aid kit, or an IFAC, whatever you care to call it. Tourniquet, hemostatic dressing, trauma scissors, stuff that you need immediately if somebody's seriously injured. But then you also need minor wound care. You need foot care. You need other extensive medical supplies, could be just things like Tylenol and things like that, or longer term stuff if you're preparing for a long term thing. Communications, we've talked a lot about that, but again, having that ham radio, having an AM radio, FM radio that you can listen to broadcasts, maybe even a scanner to figure out what's going on. Scanners can be a problem. As a lot of departments, especially law enforcement, are encrypting their communications. So again, check your area, see what you might be able to gain. Fire starting, talked a lot about that before, but different elements you can have, at least have two different options for fire starting. Lights, again, lots of different options there. Flashlights, headlamps are great because it keeps your hands free. Sitting around, candle lantern, glow sticks. Problem with glow sticks is once you lit them, they're going to stay lit. So if you need to hide them, or if you need to hide from somebody or hide your location, you've got to have something to cover it with. If you've got the money, night vision, great stuff to have. Complete game changer. Protection stuff. Safety glasses. Can't emphasize the importance of safety glasses, whether they be dark glasses or regular glasses. Something we all overlook in protecting our eyes. If you're going through brush, trees, or if it's windy and you've got dust blowing around, getting something in your eye and not being able to remove it or irritating your eye is something you do not want to have to deal with. So again, personal care and hygiene stuff. Tools. Different kinds of tools, a knife, folding knife, multi-tools, duct tape, power stuff. Solar power is going to be great, but you still need to have some batteries, rechargeable batteries. Look and start building up a stock of rechargeable batteries. Buy a few each time you go to the store. Easy to do. Financial stuff. While initially cash money is going to work, that's going to be a point where people will realize it's not worth what it's printed on. So having silver, whether it's troy ounce silver, whether it's junk silver, having those means is obviously helpful. Self-defense and security, need to consider your options there, what you can and can't do, depending upon where you live. So all those elements, at least something from each one of those, you need to have in a get-home bag. If we go up and look at a bug-out bag, pretty much the same kind of stuff. A bug-out bag is where we're going to leave our normal home, go somewhere else. Depending on the distance you have to go, it may be easy, may be difficult. Some of the things you might want to add for that, obviously make sure you've got your comms, but you want comms for longer distance. Now, that's not going to be easy to carry, so if you've got a vehicle, great. If not, maybe you've stashed something on the wherever you're going, and that's protected there. Make sure you've got water, shelter. If you've got distance to go, this is going to add considerable bulk and weight, but extreme cold weather sleeping bag system, perfect for if you've got an area that you live in that has winter, a real winter, and not like Florida down here, but you keep you warm. Solar panels, and do you need copies of all your financial documents? You should have these anyway, but if you're going to leave, you'll want to take them with you. We've talked about in your vehicle before, and I know we've done some articles on this. So in your vehicle, again, comes back to that self-defense security. What do you have in your vehicle? What can you carry? Obviously, if you've got a vehicle, you can carry more things. Make sure you got a fire extinguisher, something that's greatly overlooked in a lot of instances. Different tools that you can have, depending on where you're going, you might want to add some stuff there. Shelter, things you can carry for that, thermal tarps, wool blankets, tents, water, easy if you can carry it. In a vehicle, you can take quite a bit with you. How are you going to carry all this stuff? We've done some articles before on bag selection. This is just a few of them. But you're looking at whether it's a day pack, 1 or 2 days for you to get home from where you work. Map this out. Wherever you work, take the time, figure out how far you have to go to walk and how long it's going to take there. You drive an hour or 2 to work, you could be 40, 50 miles from home. It's not going to be a day trip. So figure that out and make plans accordingly. Most people, they go out and run errands around their neighborhood. They might be 10, 15, 20, 30 minutes from home. But if you get stuck, and it's the big one, that's going to take you some time to get home. And you have multi-day bags. We've done some articles on different of those before, but you're looking at something between 30 and 80 liters. It's a significant bag. And then don't forget dry bags. You can get color-coded bags to help separate your items, easier to find. Certain things you want to make sure kept dry. And you have fire starting stuff that you have, clothing, signaling stuff. You want that.
I think she's live again. 1 second. Hang on, I'm trying to get it up as quick as I can here.
So tell us how this is doing.
Don't have much information on the details of it, but just know that it was an all-day event until late last night. Came out of it. She is currently in ICU with a lump on her head.
Is she getting physically?
She's in and out, so she's a lot of confusion, a lot of obviously still coming off of anesthesia. But she was able to, when we first got her, she was alert and excited, and then the pain started kicking in more, and so she was pretty out of it.
What was the doctor able to share with you after surgery?
I wasn't there right after surgery, so this is about well over 24 hours. But from my understanding, it was the same surgery they were initially talking about doing from the get-go, which was where my concerns were, which is cutting basically the liver in half. And there's just a lot of complications that come out of that. So we're just praying and hoping for the best.
What would you like to have happen in the future?
Which part?
Just whatever you're thinking. A lot of pieces to this right now. What is your hope and to happen in the future?
Moving on from here,
Yes.
or okay. Her feeling, like she said in her letter to me, just cornered and not having a choice. So she wanted to do this to be able to come home.
And have you spoken with the state about what that could look like and when?
I know at our last hearing, Kylie wanted to state something to the judge, and I let her know that she was doing this to move forward, and that she wanted the judge's word on no more games, were her exact words. No more games, no more chemotherapy, no more you guys coming back with anything. I just want to go home. And so everybody in the courtroom was nodding and agreeing, and she's had no choice but to step up and be able to advocate for herself, not only medically, but legally too. And we both have.
Do you know what's next for Kylie right now in her recovery?
Her recovery, right now just minute by the minute. While I was up there, I stepped aside for literally a minute, and her machine started going off. So I stepped into the restroom, and I, got back out there as quick as possible, and we had to have the doctor come in and whatnot. And her pain is on a roller coaster ride right now, and so I gave them a lot of information due to her medical background that they're not aware of, and so I was able to be there to get on a good pain management plan with that doctor, so that felt really good. And then also the foster mom got informed on a lot of the background in medical, which she wasn't very well aware of, so I'm glad we were able to go out and get that safety plan at least for Kylie.
You guys have any questions? Is there anything I didn't ask that you'd like to share?
Just basically, that a lot of people, that are involved in paying attention right now are asking, what's next after this, kind of like how you did. Well, besides Kylie being able to stand up and advocate that, for myself as a mother, not having that choice right now is really painful, and it is very, it's a harsh reality. I didn't do anything wrong here, and to be able to not only be reunited, but to heal and process after this is huge for Kylie, Jasmine, and I both. And it's a long road ahead, and Kylie wants to come home, and so right now, Kylie's going to go through a serious recovery. A lot of people are like, oh, she's out of the woods. Not even close. The recovery here in the hospital alone can be a very long time. And then there's 6 months of a high rate of liver failure. And that's, just a lot of prayers right now for her. And for our family, and just being able to hang in there and push through and, have a good outcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. We'll get the microphones right now.
Thank you. Yes. Appreciate that. Do you know when she'll be released from the hospital?
We have no idea when she'll even get out of ICU. No, not until she's more stable. Right now, just getting her pain, her breathing, her heart, the lining, the way the liver was really lined up and pushed up against the lungs. There were some issues there, and so right now they're watching her lungs. Right now they're only at about 50 to 60%.
Do you feel like the doctors here are she using good hands, or that they're
No, that's been my concern the entire time. That's all I got. Second opinion in a different hospital. So the fact that we're even here is absolutely mind-blowing. Thank you though for asking that. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And you're with Watchman?
Yes, yes, yes. Says,
No problem. So thank you, and I'll keep you guys updated.
Please do.
Yeah. Thank you, and take care. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Have a blessed day. Thank you. What was your name?
I'm Patty.
Patty. Okay, so I'm like trying to juggle everybody.
It's a lot of different people at each station.
Yep. Well, and the time of day too. When you guys.
what can I say?
Well, take care. You too. Just cheating on Fridays, no.
No, just unsettling. Absolutely. Well, you guys take care. Thank you so much.
Still running. I don't know if you want that.
Thank you. Oh, you're a turd. You're still running.
What's the deal with the generic questions? Good Lord.
Shut that off really quick.
I'm gonna turn the truck on because I am cold.
Okay. Well, did not know you guys were still on here until I got handed this and got in the truck. But oh boy, my stomach's a knot. Well, at least you guys got first view. So I have not eaten. My head is pounding. The fact of the matter that I'm even still standing right now is insane. So I will be on here, like I said, again later this evening. Smart one over here thought it would be smart to start rolling his own camera, which I guess he put you guys back on.
What'd I do?
Rolling the camera on while all the cameras were on. It was a smart move.
Well, yeah. Smart guy.
Smart guy, he says. You hear that? He thought that it wasn't fair that you guys didn't have a seat, so he thought he'd sorry, I'm trying to plug in the charger. He thought he'd give you guys front row seating, so they said you're amazing. He's been a rock, that's for dang sure. It's been very, very heavy and a lot to take in, and I'm very blessed and grateful that his family is so supportive of him being out and you know, helping this whole situation out. So him and Matt and all of them, the whole team, they're just a blessing. So all right, well, I will be in touch. You guys caught that, and it'll be throughout the night on the news channels. And is she in ICU as standard procedure? She is, but like I said, there's a lot of complications. So I went in there, you know, she was doing good. Her pain was somewhat manageable. You can tell she probably just got doses of pain medicine or whatnot. She was doing good. It was about an hour of me being there. I stepped in, you know, to the bathroom, and the machines just were going off. It was crazy. So that's the sad part right now is you don't know. You don't know. You just don't. All you can do is pray and hope for the best, and her having some serious love and support right now. The way she lit up when she seen us walk in there was definitely priceless. And yeah, it's hard. I can see how strong she's trying to be and trying to hang in there to keep me strong, you know. She's funny like that, but she could only do this for so long, you guys. I mean, look at the point she got to, you know, just feeling so cornered that she's just like, you know, stepping up in court like she always does, but even more so at this last hearing. She's had enough. She's done, and even putting herself in harm's way if she has to at this point. And she has already in the past, and I will be able to talk about that more as time comes. Trust me, when you guys know everything, like a lot of the close, you know, small closed-in circle does, it would seriously more than piss off any person in this world. But it would, your mouth will hit the floor over and over again. Even every day right now, just going through this, it is absolutely heart-wrenching. Ashley, you're sweet. Thank you. You have never neglected her. I know that. And anybody that knows my case like you, Ashley, I know knows that. It's a lie. It's a lie. My daughter's literally been ripped out of my arms for no reason. None at all for her to be taken away. None. The only reason I've told you guys is because she was doing good, and she was doing better, and she's still, you know, what's crazy is one thing that while I was in there that was stated is, can you turn that light on? Is that what the current doctor wants to do is to wean her down on natural medications to manage her pain and her healing through this process. I couldn't even look enough to make a statement besides, are you kidding me? So that is absolutely so back and forth. I'm done. I'm done trying to even process and wrap my brain around their actions and their excuses and their whatever the heck they want to keep coming up with. Okay. But it's like, you know, we arrested you because you are being a good mom, too good of a mom, because you made your daughter priority and number one thing in your life. So that is a criminal act. Well, not only are we going to continue to keep her on the same doses, but on the same types of natural meds while we have her in foster care. So she continues to stay healthy, which thank God, I'm glad. But then again, why did you arrest me? What was the problem? We're carrying on the same stuff in foster care. Okay. So for 6-7 months, it has continued to do nothing but make Kylie better. Okay. And then come here And, well, we need to manage her pain right now, yes, with more than just natural stuff, because it is a very serious surgery. Well, the talk already is leaning her off of pain meds that she has to be on, even a small dose, for the days where she can't take it anymore. You know why? Because she has holes in her spine and in her tailbone from chemotherapy, which is a very severe type of arthritis. So she will for life be in pain. We've wrapped our brains around that a year ago. So Kylie's always been on a small dose of pain medicine. Well, while I was here, we were talking about bringing her down completely, which you can't just do that with someone that has the pain of a 70-year-old because of the type of arthritis she.
Oop, let me see if the same fix will apply here. I'll try to refresh. Facebook video can be kind of janky.
On a small dose of pain medicine. Well, while I was here, we were talking about bringing her down completely, which you can't just do that with someone that has the pain of a 70-year-old because of the type of arthritis she.
Okay, let me try to refresh again.
On a small dose of pain medicine. Well, while I was here, we were talking about bringing her down completely, which you can't just do that with someone that has the pain of a 70-year-old because of the type of arthritis she.
Okay, yeah, she's clearly having issues. So let's go ahead and we'll finish up. Actually, that one's pretty well over. Let me go ahead and just grab you guys another video. Sorry I keep throwing you all around tonight. Just trying to catch as many of these updates on Kylie as possible. Very important situation going on there. Let's see what else we have. I mean, there's a ton of stuff today. Let me go ahead and see if yeah, there it is. The Prepared Mind. He does have another one. Let me go ahead and play his video and we'll go from there. This is again The Prepared Mind. It's titled Push Leads to Shove and SHTF.
Hello and welcome back to the Prepared Mind channel. Ah man, what a week it's been already, right? We have everything heating up still in the glorious state of Virginia, one of the original 13 colonies. And I wanted to kind of do a SHTF retrospective. We're going to look back, look forward, look back, look forward, repeat if necessary. And this isn't just a historical exercise, but it's a prepping exercise. What can we expect? You and I, what can we expect? And based on both history and current events. So if we look back and start there, I think that's a good foundation for you and I to have an exercise where we can prepare more shall we say, efficiently. And it's not just preparations, food, water, shelter, clothing, medicine, means of self-defense, right? But that's really what this comes down to, is everything we do in prepping is, in fact, a type of self-defense. Having food is self-preservation, self-defense. Having water is self-defense. Everything is about preservation of self, of family, of group, of community. So if we look back to colonial America, what was going on then? Right? We had a despotic government that was overtaxing people, that was over-regulating them, was acting in a very punitive manner, denied people their rights. They ended up causing international trade issues. Yes, they did. International trade issues, intercolonial, and today we would call it interstate issues between the North and the South and everything intermediate. And it's interesting that Virginia was actually considered the South, right? All the way through the Civil War. It's way up there by D.C., but no, that's the South. Anyways, everything we have today, they had back then. So now that we've kind of established that in a light manner, we can look to today and what's going on. We have international trade disputes between the United States government and other countries. We have interstate issues and geographic or regional issues. We have largely a despotic government. But it is interesting, our system, which was designed to protect us, which is the local, state, and then national or federal system, we've actually got a trifecta of potential tyrannical levels. Whereas historically, back in the Revolution, we had England, which we could consider the federal level, and then we had our local governments, the constabulary, and they could or could not support the people, or the other way around. We kind of have an additional level now, or two. We have city, county, state, and feds, whereas back then you really only had a local law enforcement and then the redcoats. We have, as individual people, a lot more to be concerned about today than they did back then. Meaning or implying that the technology, while on the one hand makes our lives a lot better, on the other hand, it is exposing us to greater risk right now. And the reason I say that is because that's what's happening. Right? We have more or easier communication, and the communication is also computerized. So we're at more risk, whereas back then, people could say, to king, and they could get away with it, right? And if your neighbor decided they were going to be a snitch, right? If they're a Tory, if they're a royalist, someone who supports the king or the government, right? You could just end up showing up in the middle of the night, or any time for that matter, and putting a torch to their farm or their house or their business and letting everyone else know, hey, you're not appreciated. And that did occur. It did. There were some areas, some cities or townships that were more royalist or supportive of the king and the crown. And there were other areas that were more supportive of independence and a bigger dislike for despotic king and country. And today we have that same thing. So let's delve into a bit of a scenario with an understanding of how it was then and how it is today. In Virginia, they're passing these absolutely tyrannical laws. I mean, it has to do with Second Amendment, yes, but there's other tyrannical laws. You have to have health insurance. You have to have car insurance. You have to register your vehicle. You have to pay taxes. You have to comply with this and do that. And you can't offend any of these social justice types, etc., etc. So we've got very similar situations, but they're passing these gun laws. And this is exactly what sparked the American Revolution. It was Lexington and Concord. It was the government troops facing off with the civilian population that had had enough. And they responded by forming militia groups. Surprise, right? The Minutemen were a militia group that were named after the idea that they could be quickly assembled and get out there. And today we have the same thing. The social media, the communication techniques are all making us Minutemen, are we not? We can get instant or instantaneous notification that something's going on across the country. Now, they could shut that system down, of course, and they probably will, at least locally when they want to play their despotic games, right? But at the same time, people are going to realize, hey, I hear something. Boom, boom, pop, pop, snap, and crackle. And I'm not talking breakfast cereal. When that happens, people are going to come out and they're raring and willing. The good thing we have on our side is the same thing they had last time. When the government decides to do something, they make a lot of noise. They're very slow, relatively speaking. And you can see them or hear about them mustering, right? They get their forces together. They build up this huge effort, and everyone's ready and aware. That's why the Minutemen were so successful. The Redcoats are coming. The Redcoats are coming. It's not like the Redcoats beat Paul Revere down the road because they had better horses. No, you can get ahead of it, and we're ahead of the curve. We see where this is going. And so, if government wants this, it is government that's causing it. They can't say, well, we're just making some changes in the way the world works, and we expect you to comply. And it's your fault if you don't. No, this is the government's fault. We have rules set up ahead of time. We enter our lives and go through our lives understanding the rules of the game. And the rules of the game ultimately are might makes right. Second to that are the government's not supposed to do might makes right. And the government is supposed to protect us and serve us. Right? When they start changing the rules, that's when we get into conflict. So, what can we expect when the state of Virginia decides to move further and move faster with their plans? We can expect a violent confrontation. It's coming. Surprise, surprise, it's not happening in New York, it's not happening in Illinois, and it's not happening in California. It's not happening in Arizona. It's not happening down in Texas. No. It's happening in the state of Virginia. And there are that is a hornet's nest for population and for patriotism in our country. And the West Virginians are going to come to the aids of the Virginians, and the Pennsylvanians, New Yorkers, everyone. They're going to muster, and they're ready. They're prepared. They are now Minutemen. But what else can we expect besides an armed response to an armed attempt to take people's rights? We're going to see a lot. We're going to see we're going to see patriots back down. We're going to see patriots step up. We're going to see people become less violent. We're going to see other people become incredibly violent. Now, the lesser sides, people that are down here that are going to back down, step down, comply, people that aren't going to be violent, right? Those aren't the ones that are going to be the problem. And we're going to see government do the same thing. We're going to see some governments and some agents back down, step back, and say, I'm not playing this game. While other parts of the government are going to step up and become more violent and more in your face. So the point of that is those who are willing to fight, either fight against our rights and against the Constitution, show themselves to be traitors. They're really going to do a hell of a good job. And people that are going to respond to that and say, no way, they're going to do one hell of a good job. Meaning they're going to become incredibly violent. And people, non-combatants, are going to suffer as they always have in history. Which is why even if you're not going to participate in holding our government accountable, in trying to stop them from doing what they're doing, everyone's going to suffer. In other words, everyone should be prepping, whether or not you want to be part of a militia, whether or not you want to make a big stand, if you're some sort of pacifist or you're neutral on government politics or even pro-government, it doesn't matter. Everyone needs to be a prepper. Pro-government, communist, you better be prepping, right? Because guess what? There is going to be an incredible amount of pressure coming from both sides. There truly is. It's going to be a shitstorm extraordinaire. And we can expect a lot of the same things we had back in the Revolutionary War. See, all things old are going to be revisited and reborn with regard to this, this upcoming tension. You're going to have a lot of government supporters snitching. There's going to be a lot of turncoats, and there's going to be a lot of traitors out there. Right? There's going to be people who are traitors to their country, the Constitution, traitors to their neighbors. And I have a funny feeling that they're going to end up having the same fate as many of the Tories or Royalists back in the Revolution. That is, when they're discovered and found out for what they've done and they believe, they will be punished. So once again, even if you're not fighting the government or fighting against the patriots, right? There's going to be punishment meted out, and will this take on something very similar to the Civil War? Now, see, Southerners, the Confederacy, seceded from the Union. This is in the Civil War. We'll go back to this period and take a little quick look at it. And they were considered rebels, right? Johnny Reb, rebels. It's like, no, wait a minute, they're successionary. They're not taking from someone else. They're just taking themselves out of the system. And we discovered that that's not allowed, right? According to someone with more power and more guns, right? Once again, might makes right. The ultimate rule of the universe. The law of the more powerful thing, right? Always destruction, but the powerful thing wins ultimately. So they were called rebels, right? Johnny Reb, the rebellion of the South. No, it was a secession. It was a nonviolent secession. It just turned into a violent conflict when the North decided to invade the South. I believe that, and I don't know, I really, I've never looked at it from the side of the English to this extent to see what the English people were calling the Americans, the colonials, whether they called them rebels or not. They were rebelling or revolting. I don't know what they called us, and I don't really, frankly, give a fuck. But I can bet that we're going to have more of this sort of thing, this sort of name calling, right? We call ourselves patriots. We think of the founding fathers and those that signed the Declaration of Independence and fought in the Revolutionary War. We call them patriots because they won. We call them patriots because they fought against tyranny. And it's a patriotic thing to fight against tyranny. And it always is patriotic to fight against tyranny, whether it's coming from jolly old England, whether it's coming from Russia or China or Japan or the United States. Anytime some government is trying to take from someone else to respond against that sort of power and force, it is patriotic. We may not like it if we're on the side of the government, right? So Iraqi freedom fighters, which kind of, it doesn't really make them sound great, but they're rebels, but they're also patriots for their own cause and country. So it depends on which side you're on. So everyone's going to feel like they're doing the right thing, whether they support government, whether they're neutral, trying to play Switzerland, or whether they're on the side of the Constitution. Now, what's amazing to me is I can't understand how they can say, let's be neutral, or I'm pro-government, when that government is against the very structure of the country itself. Meaning, well, 50 years ago, let's just go back 50 years. Nobody would dare say the Constitution should be taken and thrown out. Nobody would dare say the Constitution is a bad instrument, a bad document. In fact, that's the foundation. It's the foundation of law, the foundation of the country itself. So you wouldn't dare think of throwing it out. And you wouldn't dare think of going against it, right? But in order to have what the government is doing now. They have to say the Constitution is garbage and that they're throwing it out and that they're just going to do what they want. You see, now that's patriotic from their side. Well, they believe they're being patriotic, but actually they are the rebels. You see, the government and its bureaucrats and its elected officials that are saying the Second Amendment doesn't matter, the First Amendment doesn't matter, the Fourth and Fifth Amendments don't matter. Those seem to be the big four as far as my life and in my lifetime are concerned, because they offer the most individual protection and have been what has held the government back the most. First, Second, Fourth, and Fifth. This is where we're at. This is where you and I are at. When shit hits the fan, when the shooting starts, and it's probably going to start in Virginia, you're going to see patriots stepping up and saying, we understand our rights, we understand the Constitution. I hope they understand the Declaration supersedes the Constitution itself, that we have a right and a duty to throw off government that has become abusive. That is above and beyond the Constitution, because it is the foundational document on which the Constitution rests, on which it was founded, which gave the Constitution its authority. Right? There's always a higher authority, and it's supposed to go all the way up to the Almighty. Right? But the shooting is going to start. Will it start this year? I hope not, but very possible. Is it going to start in the next few years? It's very possible, and I hope not. Will the government back down? I hope so, and I don't know. All we can do is be prepared, but understand there is no escaping what's coming. Right? You can't be Switzerland and neutral. You can't be a royalist. You can't support the federal government and the state government and expect there not to be consequences. There's consequences, in other words, on every level. Right? You're either for or against, or you're in the middle. But everyone's going to suffer. Right? Fuel, food, electricity, water, safety. There's going to be consequences. And the consequences are going to be bigger depending on where you're at and for what reason. Meaning, if you're in an area that's loaded with patriots or pro-constitutionalists, pro-freedom, if you're neutral, you're going to be considered what? Right? This whole idea of being neutral is ridiculous. You're going to need to pick a side. But being neutral could end up causing you trouble because, well, you're not willing to support us, then you're against us. And a lot of people will have that attitude. If you're not for us, you haven't made a decision. How much more information do you need before you make a decision? How can you not? Right? Well, I'm a pacifist, I'm a this or that. That's not going to fly really good. Because we know that in conflict, passions are inflamed. And I'm not talking romance. I'm talking bloodthirsty passions. Right? Because people are going to lose family members, they're going to lose friends, they're going to lose community, they're going to lose a lot of comfort. And they're going to be pissed. Right? And if you can't support the way people think, they're going to want to come after you. And the same is going to come from the government side. Only I believe it's going to be more violent. I believe it's going to be more hate-filled. Because patriots go into this reluctantly. Look, we don't want this, is what they're saying. You are forcing this. You are coming after our rights. You are asking for this government. You are demanding things that are outside of your authority. And the government, on the other hand, and little communists and all their supporters and people that are pro-government, well, it's the government and they're always right. Right? So they feel more justified in taking preemptive action. And they've got, let's face it, they've got the tanks, they've got the bombs, they've got the planes, the helicopters, they've got a lot more of the tools. But if there's one thing history has taught us, not only in the revolution, but in every conflict between then and now, is it comes down to people. We can't even kick the ever-loving shit 100% out of those camel jockeys out there in the desert. And I call them that because that's literally what they've got. They've got camels, donkeys. You know, they're living in the desert. They've got no resources, but somehow they still manage to put up a fight. They cannot be beaten and destroyed totally. And in a way, good for them and their cause. They're like, fuck it. You can make our lives hell in Afghanistan, in Iraq. But you can't defeat us. I mean, you would think there's no forests. There's no jungles. Where the fuck are they hiding? We know they've got caves, but literally they just crawl out from under rocks and start fighting back. And we couldn't defeat them. Not with all of our high tech. Not with satellite imagery and smart bombs. And FLIR, right? Forward-looking infrared on our attack helicopters. They're still there. And every time you shoot one, you create two that'll fight back against you for it. The United States government is going to have an even bigger problem here in the United States. Because we are more educated and we are aware of how this game works. Right? They can't defeat the people if the people are like, you know what? No, we're not going to do this. We're going to have a prolonged guerrilla revolt against a tyrannical government that is out of control. That is why we say you need to be prepared. Well, you know, a couple of weeks' food is good. A few months is better. And if you can put together 10 years worth of food, it's not a bad idea because this could be a long, drawn-out conflict. Even if one side declares victory, the other side is still going to have remnants. Even if it's pro-government remnants. There's still going to be spies and moles and scumbags and turncoats and traitors. Benedict Arnold, one of the names we associate with high treason. He was one of the greatest American patriots up to the point he was caught switching sides. Right? We had Fort Dixon, Ticonderoga, all of these guerrilla moves made by Americans to do what? To defeat the English and also get powder and lead, cannon. Americans back then, well, they didn't have what we have today as far as both for and against as far as armament, weaponry. But just like back then, we can, as people, as the American people, as the rightful owners of all of the equipment that is here because we paid for it through our taxes, we can take over the tanks, the missiles, the helicopters, etc. And there are going to be at least 50% of the military is going to be pro-Constitution because they swore an oath. They're going to think, wait a minute, didn't I swear an oath to protect the Constitution? Yet the government's telling me to violate it, violate the Constitution, oath, and kill my brothers, my American brothers? Right. So guess what? A lot of this stuff is going to come over to our side. And it's extremely what? Scary. Because there is tactical nuclear weapons. There are massive nuclear weapons. There are military bases, missile bases, air bases in our country. And who is going to control those? Who is going to protect, right, us from the government using that stuff on us? Or from some rogue idiot getting a hold of that stuff and going, you know what, fuck it, we're targeting DC and we're going to take it out with some nukes from within the United States. That's very scary also. And then just to kind of pile on to the top of this and give us one more thing to think about. We will have the threat or the risk of international interference, right? Whether it's the UN or France or England or Russia or China, they may become involved in this because they want to stop the fighting, protect the United States, or take advantage of the fact that the country is weak. Now, I don't see that as a big opportunity because the Washington D.C. apparatus, the Pentagon, will still have their nukes and they can just shower Beijing or Moscow or any other country with nukes if they were to try a sneak attack while the country is in disarray. Now, one more thing, because this is so much fun. What did the United States government do with Bashar al-Assad, who had a fight going on in his country? Supposedly between, remember the moderate rebels? That's right, those are the terrorists who like to kill, right, Christians, behead them and stuff. Those are moderates. I'd hate to see radical, right? Well, actually, we know what the radicals are. They just called them moderates so that we could go, oh, well, you know, they're moderate. Anyways, they accused the United States government, accused Bashar al-Assad of using chemical weapons on who? On his own people. You can expect the United States government to use chemical, biological, nuclear, and other nasty weapons on us. You can expect it. If they're willing to throw the Constitution away, if they're willing to start a fight with their own countrymen and kill and slaughter and murder us, what makes you think they wouldn't do that? So I anticipate everything. That's why I say, you know, on top of food, water, shelter, clothing, you better have some gas masks. You better have everything you need if you can afford it, if you can think of it, right? If you can imagine the scenario, in other words, expect it to happen. And do your best to prepare for it. It's quite a thing. Quite a thing. So, you know, what are you going to do, right? Chance favors the prepared mind. Is yours. Do you see where we're at in this game? Even if everything in Virginia, the state of Virginia, backs down, even if the government says, yeah, we're wrong, even if the feds say, oh, no, you don't, Virginia, you don't do that, right? We can see where the battle lines are drawn. It is great to see so many police departments and sheriff's departments say, no, you're not coming in here. It's great to see so many local governments say, wait a moment, we're a sanctuary. You are not going to violate our rights. But you can see the state government and the feds. You can see the difference right there. It's going to come down to local communities. Even if there's many, 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 many counties all networked and banded together, that makes them a stronger defense force. But you can see where the battle lines are drawn. And they're basically drawn around the cities. And guess what those cities don't have? They don't have access and means to food. This becomes very feudalistic, very primal, where people would band around the king's castle. And that's where the cities formed, because they wanted protection from the king and some place to conduct commerce. But the king himself in his castle, he didn't have food. He would have to go outside and go demand it from the people and tax them. That's what we have now, a very similar system where large cities are places of commerce and also places of martial power, but they can't produce their own food. And so if they want to isolate themselves, they can starve. But starving people become violent people and they'll come on out, right? It's going to be a shitstorm. Get prepared, because chance favors, right, is yours. I hope none of this comes to pass, and I hope everyone uses reason and cooler heads prevail. I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing the opposite. I'm seeing people get more and more wound up and more willing to commit violence and acts of atrocity. And there will be a heavy price to pay if the government of Virginia decides that it wants to pull the trigger, that it wants to play might makes right. And we'll find out at that point, you know, who is the mightier, who has more resolve. We don't like to hear about 5 of our service members being killed overseas. What happens when 5, then 50, then 500, then 5,000 government agents, you know, basically enemy combatants against the American people, when they are waylaid and then their families are waylaid? Because their families aren't back in jolly old England while they're over here burning, murdering, and raping. Their families are right here amongst us. And there will be retribution. There will be retaliation. There's going to be a big price to pay, and I don't want to see it. But that's what they're asking for, folks. They're the ones pushing this on us. I don't want any of it, and I'm glad I'm out in California. Who would normally say that? They're like, get the fuck out of California. Maybe I'll talk about GTFO later. But for now, yeah, the magazines are being loaded, guns are being cleaned. Everyone's getting ready because the government, the Democrats, are the ones asking for this fight. I'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Alrighty. First off, I want to say thank you, Tony, of course. And the next video that I'm going to play is going to run us over about 5 minutes or so-ish. But I'm sure it's going to be worth it. It's from Grunt Style, and it's a video titled More Than Just a Jump.
My name is Alex Alperon. I served in the U.S. Army from June 2005 to June 2008.
My name is Hector Luna Rodriguez. I was in the Marine Corps with 3-7 weapons. I'm Lee Cookshouse. I served in the U.S. Air Force.
My name is Hubert Gonzalez. Served in the Marine Corps from 2005 to 2013.
My name is Johnny Nguyen, and I served in the United States Army. I was 11 Bravo Infantry, of course, and I was a 240 gunner.
My job in the Marine Corps was a rifleman. I finished up as a squad leader at the end of my tour.
My MOS was a 0341. I was a mortarman, but more of like just basic infantry stuff. I was a physician in the Air Force, so I started out as a flight surgeon, and I later trained into radiology.
I was an indirect fire infantryman. My injury was October 5th, 2006. We were on an EOD escort mission for the Air Force, and daisy chain went off, hit 2 of our trucks. We backed up to cordon off the area. When I backed up, IED blew up right under my front left tire of the vehicle that I was driving.
My injury was November of 2011. It was by an IED. It was buried about 8 feet in the ground or something like that. And I was dismounted patrol and just stepped on an IED.
I was wounded in Sangin in Afghanistan in 2011. During a dismounted patrol, I stepped on a pressure plate IED.
So how my injury happened was I was actually, manning my gun on top of the Humvee, and I was hit by a roadside bomb.
I got sick in 2011 and did limb salvage, so I had my amputation then in 2013. Recovery was quite long.
My recovery process took about 1.5 years. I did most of my physical therapy here at BAMC here in San Antonio, Texas. It took a while to be able to learn how to walk again after losing my leg. I had serious injuries to my left foot, so getting up and starting to walk became a problem because I couldn't put any weight on my left foot.
My recovery process was had a lot of ups and downs. One day I'd be good, and the other day it's just not so good. Whether it be physically or emotional, I've been doing a lot. I've been doing really, really good throughout the years. I've learned to accept it and be cool with it. But definitely the best thing that helped was having friends and family around through all the low times.
After I was wounded, my ankle was shattered, so the IED did not take my foot completely. I was a limb salvage for 3 years. I did multiple surgeries to try to save it. And in 2015, that's when I finally had my leg amputated. The life quality sucks during those limb salvage, and I was just ready to get it off and move on.
My recovery process, it was pretty long and tedious and painful altogether. I spent, it was a better part of about 2 years for me to comfortably walk in my prosthetic. Man, something I always wanted to do, all the crazy stuff I've done is actually go airborne.
I've been given a lot of opportunities in my life to do all kinds of crazy stuff besides jump out of a plane. That's something that's on my to-do list right there.
Something I've always wanted to do but never got the chance was to go airborne.
Fantastic.
Fuck yeah, no shit.
Are you fucking serious?
Man, that's awesome, man. That's a big deal.
You're in luck, Hector, because we're going to send you to go to jump school and jump out of planes.
Yes, thank you. I don't know what the fuck to say, bro. Oh, fucking hell.
6 minutes! 6 minutes!
Something that I learned about myself, man, if I can get over this, you know, pretty much I can get over anything. You know, something that they'll toss in front of me that I didn't think I wanted. I was so ready to give up. You know, I'm a lot stronger than I thought I was.
I learned about myself that I could do anything I wanted to do. People tell me that I shouldn't do this or that I should take it easy, and I tell them no, I'm not gonna do it. Recently I got hurt and people kept telling me to stay off your leg, and I was like, no, I just kept putting my leg on and going to work every day.
I dealt with setbacks probably the wrong way at first. With a lot of drinking. I secluded myself away from other people. But yeah, I started to surround myself with better people and good friends and family. So I've always kind of looked at other people, but then again, I don't. I like to think that I'm still a very independent person.
It was tough. It was after injury. It was tough. Once you get wounded, you know, you lose your identity. I kind of had to figure it out on my own, how to get out of that hole. Someone else is having a bad day. My day was just, you know, mediocre, you know. So I just basically just kind of put my shit together and, you know, move on.
Recovery was difficult because it involves more than just physically getting better. I found that getting outside, getting fresh air really helped a lot. As much as I didn't want to, being around people helped a lot. Doing a lot of adaptive sports really helped with my recovery. I learned that it wasn't walking that I really needed to do, it was living that I really needed to do. And that's when I started into my recovery process.
Johnny.
What's up, man?
Been a long week.
Yeah, it has.
How you feeling?
I feel battered. I'm in a lot of pain.
Yeah?
Landed a little bit hard on my foot.
Yeah?
So I got it iced up right now, but...
Well, you're wiggling toes, man. I think you're all right.
Well, it's the only foot I got, so I got to protect it.
That's true. It's true.
Fucking hurt, dude.
Yeah?
Freaking hurts.
You hurt?
But it's a good hurt.
It's a great hurt, right?
It's a good hurt, man. It's been a while. Yeah. Feeling pretty good. I was actually probably the most worried one out of the whole group. But everybody keeps on telling me that I'm doing everything the right way and I'm a natural at it. And
how does it feel to be airborne?
Awesome.
Yeah, I mean,
Seriously?
in the Air Force, you guys don't really get this opportunity very often.
No, not really.
So, I mean, I'm not sure the numbers of Air Force people on the team, but I know they added one today. I'm here with the man, the myth, the legend, Bill Markham.
Yeah, brother.
RCPT, President RCPT.
Team.
Man, thank you again. I can't thank you enough for this opportunity to bring these warriors out and to show them what you guys do, how you guys do it. I'll say it again, it's above reproach.
Yeah,
it really is. It's above reproach. It's just impressive, your guys' system. Can you tell me your main mission with this initiative that you're trying to go for?
So, Micah, you and I served in
everyone out there, we had a fellowship, a brotherhood, a camaraderie that the military gave us, right?
Absolutely.
And I just see it, man. This when we leave the service, for whatever reason, we retire, medical, whatever it is, just leave on our own. We miss that camaraderie. I know out here, the Round Canopy parachuting team, that when we get together, we know what it's like when we're struggling, when we're down in the dumps. I look at it, I know, but I can relate. We can relate to each other, right? So our CPT remembers our legacy of 75 years ago and what those brave men and women did, but we don't forget about our modern day warriors, because they're out there and we want to help. We really do. We want to help you. So for me, I like to say it's more than a jump. It's a brotherhood. It's a welcome back. Welcome to the family. We'll take you, we'll have you, we'll love to share that brotherhood, and just at the end of the day, if we want to, toast one to our fallen, right?
Absolutely.
Remember those guys and gals.
All right, I'm Mikey with Grunt Style. I'm a retired United States Marine, a Purple Heart recipient, and I'm fortunate enough to work at this company. And last year, there was this idea to provide an experience to extraordinary people who might not have been able to do this on their own. And it started with Dan and Tim joining Round Canopy parachuting team and became part of this team, and then participated in the 75th anniversary jump in Market Garden over in Holland. We thought, what's the one demographic in our space that got something taken away from them? And we thought about disabled vets and amputees. We wanted to provide these opportunities to these extraordinary individuals who never got a chance to do this. I got to be straight that the entire experience was surreal. You know, their motto is more than just a jump, and it's because they really are interested in saving lives. They're interested in bringing, you know, a new skill and a new family to those veterans who might not have that. And so it was just such a perfect match. Their ethos in line with ours, you know, of just helping other veterans and whatnot. Oftentimes you see these companies like us, you always see us doing awesome things like jumping out of planes and stuff like that. And we didn't want to do that with this project. We wanted to bring these individuals who deserved it to afford them this opportunity. One of the big goals with this project was to prove not only to the individual jumper, but to everyone who sees this, that no matter what has happened to you, you're not broken. Right? There's always a way to overcome that challenge, because disabled veterans, we're stubborn and we're not broken. And that's what we wanted to do here.
Absolutely remarkable. For some reason, I got a lump. We need so much more of this. If we had more of this, we would have much less of the veteran suicides. This is what we need to be focusing on in our country, right? And we need a hand in doing it. Not necessarily a hand in the financial end or, you know, stuff like that. But we just need to be able to put our minds on things like this. Instead of worrying about gun legislation in Virginia, instead of having to worry about vaccine legislation in New Jersey, instead of having to worry about a 13-year-old girl who was medically kidnapped in Oregon. You know, there's an old saying, lead, follow, or get the hell out of the way. At this point, we just need government to get the hell out of the way. So that we the people, we the resourceful people, can make this country great again. Because it's not going to come by a slogan. It's not going to come by an elected official. It's only going to come by us. But before we can get there, we've got this huge roadblock sitting right in the middle called the United States government. I am thankful for Grunt Style and everything they do. Incredible company. Incredible company. If we can build our business and even have the slightest bit of honor that they do with trying to help disabled individuals, we'll be a way more success than I could ever imagine. That's what it takes. It takes us. It takes us. Anyway, that is going to do it for the evening. I appreciate everybody coming. God willing, we'll do it again tomorrow. Hope to see you then. As always, God bless you. We love you, and be one with your spirit.